tell us in Matthew that he didn't come to bring peace. So don't expect a peaceful lifestyle. Peace is shalom, and you warn those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace. So not expecting anything to be easy here, but some things. I remember my dad told me nothing happens overnight. The wheels turn slow. So coming up on a time, Father, you're testing me, and I know that we have to stand the test of time. We have to endure to the end if we want to be saved. So we can't be saved. No such thing as being saved or saving anybody. What a blessing for that. So the Wonder Dome, we'll talk about that. Kind of a duality. It'd be like a Gemini. Like bookends. And Pluto coming into Gemini, some of these celestial markers above our heads. Not in the heavens, but above our heads. Not in the sky, as he said to meet him in the sky, right? Is anybody going to get raptured? Anybody believes? Believe is a verb, so you can't believe in God. I believe I was saved. You can't be saved, and you can't believe in God, and you can't believe in the devil. Devil's not a word written in the scripture. So he said, don't add a jot. Now they made up a horny red spandex, horny Jesus, leotarded with breast. But that's what they do. It's idolatry. Israel is not a place on this rock in the scripture. Remember, I'm trying to purchase more land for the ministry, somewhere I can put a freeze dryer and have a consistent source of power, so I can put that freeze dryer in place for abundance, because abundance and supply chain shortages are your own fault if you don't become your own. So remember, in these cycles, when the emperor can't feed the people, that's when the changes happen. So you can call it the fifth age, call it whatever you want. It's a 400-year cycle times 5 is 2,000 slices of time. I already told you these things. It was a Magi. You have to understand the Kali Yuga. All these are written in the firmament. So here we are in the 12,000 year, if you do the math, cycle. They get their age of wonders and their super cycle. If you look on the debt calculator, all the work of this ministry. So what a beautiful time to be able to have a spiritual calculator. You can go on the U.S. debt calculator. Know your child. You can't type in all capital letters. You'll be banned from this chat. You start screaming like a child. Can't type in all capital letters. They're a young gun. So slow down there, child. Turbo. Hit the brakes. Is that like Neil? Oh, Brianna. What's going on? Seen that last name. Probably my right eye's a little messed up. But all right, Beyond Thunderdome. Remember that Mad Max, or everything is going to be Mad Max. The demolition is controlled. It's already started. The war is already here. Well, yeah, believes. Tell me what the word believes means. John 3:16, glory to God. Which God are you saying? I rebuke your God as a title. And there's no O's and A's or E's or I's or O's in Hebrew. So your barnyard transgender Jesus, is that the one you're speaking of, your God? Your son of God? Which one? Is your baby manger Jesus? Or rebuke all your religious idiots. You don't study the Agape. He said, hallowed be thy Shem. Heaven's not above your head, earth's not below your feet. There's no such thing as devil. In fact, it's cold as hell. Remember Elton John said, we got the ice machine going in the back there. They say people in hell want ice water. Ice baby. How about vanilla? How about cube? Like ice, like NWA with an attitude. You know, give him a rag, red one, blue one, Democrat, Republican, mass murder in chief. Which one did you vote for? Trump or Biden? His buddy put the bite in for him. Hey, come over here, play poker after Trump. Remember his #1 single-selling drug dealer on this rock, Mr. Warp Speed, 8 months, less time it takes a child to be. Remember virology? You know anything about that, ladies? Anything about just the tip? Let's put in a little bit. How'd that ever work out for you, ladies? The guy ever tell you that? You end up getting the whole rocket, huh? So, well, we got some children in here for sure today. You'll know them by their fruit. Remember, one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, so I don't sup with vipers. Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let his buddy in. You know, where they play with their lightsabers and put them in their ice holes. You know, Mr. Biden. First, you knew I was a snake. Got and then he put the bite in. They're buddies, don't you know? Democrats and Republicans. It's like Rome all over again. Romanesque. How about that? Are those words? I don't know if those are words. We said those the other day. It's like a head and eagle coin, right? Nope, let's clip the penny. It's like 1945, isn't it? Well, 42 to 45. War. This is war. Mr. Warp Speed sanctioned the whole world. And then he puts it all on pause and takes it off. But this is a manipulation of a put and a stop. You've been played like a meme coin. Remember he made his chump coin? Or a thump, thump, thump. All these people riding the train. Come on, ride that train. Oh, they're getting played like bookends, like Gemini, like two jokers in a deck of cards. It's not 2025. There's not 12 months in a year or 52 weeks. And where do you get your cycle? Where are you getting your... Anyways, move on. There's a bunch of lunacy in this world, I know. They love their Ishtar, their Semiramis, Satan's wife who had sex with her son. The one Trump has his house decorated with, the sun god. The one with breast. My father's light doesn't have breast. He said before Abraham was, I am in the flesh, and he didn't have breast in the flesh. Who you speak of? Somebody said believes earlier. They quote the most quoted scripture ever, John 3:16. Believe is not a thought in your head. You're an idiot. Get away from me, Christian or Catholic or Presbyterian or Protestant or Baptist or Mormon or whatever. You guys are all vain. All your religions are blasphemy, your idolatry, pornea. You'll know them by their fruit. Think Soja's a goo gobbler who wants the attention. He got man chowder on his breath. Man, these guys are sickening. Remember, what were those who call good evil and evil good? One bad apple is like leaven, right? Leaven's the whole lump. The whole apple cart becomes spoiled, huh? So you'll know them by their fruit. Workers of darkness, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. He created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Those that go to hell, and that's not a word. What the hell are you talking about? Hell? I don't know what hell is. I don't know what a definition anything comes out of your face. Your pie hole. You got too much band camp going on, or whatever flute you've been blowing on, Peter Pan. Your pan gods. Mithra, one chump has his house decorated with, Mr. Warp Speed. Don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Don't know the gospel. This is the gospel. We expose unfruitful works of darkness, and we give them the light, and then we cast them out, because he cast out the unclean. Demon is not demon. What is it? You don't know what the word demon. Demon is a compliment in history. It was the word daemonion. They used to have, like, some of these people like OG, or some of these people try to be gangster or something, like high ranking. You know, I'm a veteran, you know, soldier of God. God is a title, by the way. It's not ever written in any book that I've ever read. That's the original text. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So who is No, we don't do birthdays. You know that in here. Get out of here. You're sick. You don't know any of these things. You better have that right. Money. You better be on the. You better not be spreading. You better be going with the flow, right? Put your money in the bank there, money. Or is it currency? What's money? Tell me what money is there, Nugs. You've been in here before. There's just between money and currency, is there not? Some more water. Some more water. We'll make some ice cubes. Ice. Berkey. You filter all your water, you just drink the tap water. I think that's what's probably wrong with most people. You drink tap water, that's what it is. You're going to have to start getting on that. If not, you drink like soda. Or you drink Gatorade. That's what's wrong with you. You're on the tap water. You're on the chloride, hydroxychloroquine. You sound like you can backflip with your eyes closed. All right. Can you do wall push-ups at least off the wall? Not maybe not. Can you do a wall push-up still? Do you have any strength in your body left? All right. Stay. Once in motion, stays in motion. So don't sit and grow roots too long. All right. Gotta stay active. Yeah. There you go. Muhammad Ritter, when you be an old soul, you be saying yourself. Muhammad was a pedophile, by the way. The Quran was written by Catholics, so I rebuke Muhammad, and it's never okay to touch kids. You might probably not Muhammad, the pedophile, but he said, show them to the light. If they're workers of darkness, don't sup with vipers. You don't feed these people. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Remember, he cast out the unclean truths. I was saying demon. A demon was like a compliment. They used to pray to the little deity gods, gods, demons. That's where been replaced with the word devil. So there's no such thing as devil. There's no such thing as hell. That's not a hell. It's not. It's abyss is what the book says. If you'll ever read, but you don't. You can read believe some man in a church house made by hands, block, brick, or maybe some dude on YouTube, huh? We're all under the same covenant, ladies. Hold these Jezebel men accountable. Yeah, they're Jezebel spirits, like it says in the Old Testament, honor thy father. If your dad is a Jezebel, your father is not. That's not what honor thy father means in the Old Testament. Honor thy mother. That's not your mom. Your mother is your instruction. Yeah, your brothers and sisters that are in the narrow. Hados is the word narrow, but nobody will define anymore. Everybody's a translator. They speak American. They don't even speak English. Hold on, I got a frog in my throat. All right, did you read the transcripts 1,000 years from now when you didn't have the actual visuals and the host said he had a frog in his throat? Did he really have a frog in his throat? Are you really acting like an ass? Oh, well, that's brutish in nature. That would be brutish or a brute beast, one who acts like an ass, or stubborn unwillingness to learn. So maybe that wasn't a good parable. Also, how about, you heard it? Did you really hear it from the horse's mouth? You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead a person abyss knowledge, but you can't make him think. That's why he said, my people shall perish for like abyss. I'll throw them in the abyss. That's the word you call hell. Hell's not a place. Hell is a knowledge. No knowledge. Hell is not a place. Heaven's not above your head. Who in the hell told you that? You don't read these books, do you? I rebuke you. With light. So, pretty sickening, this lack of the great falling away, it says, from the Agape. In the end of days, their agape will be pornea. Pornea is the Greek word for idolatry. He divorced his bride Israel, and Israel's not in the desert, and it talks in Revelation. I am pastor, I minister this apocalypse. Daily, he said, we must take up our cross. And I didn't carry a cross. Where do you get these things? Once again, you study some other Jesus, your baby transgender Jesus with breast, birthed in the born, and has, yeah, remember? They celebrate him in the winter, his birth. We're not supposed to celebrate anything under this covenant. Not one day, not even Memorial Day, you idiots. I rebuke you, you children. Grow up, do the 7 things he tells you, and maybe you'll be more mature. That's the number of maturity, to be 7'd. He does these by the number as well in his book, but you study some bastardized, you rape this A's, adding yourself to the A's and B's. Oh, his name is Yeshua, and his name is Yahashua, and his name is, he said before Abraham was I am. The word name is Shem. Shem. Before Abraham was, he said I am, but Shem was authority or agape. Ever studied any of that? I don't know who Candace from YouTube is, but it's not about looks. That's why he divorced his bride Israel. Idolatry, as I just said, pornea is the Greek word. So study the word. No, I don't chew. I don't use tobacco. If I grew some tobacco, I might smoke, but I haven't smoked a cigarette in probably 15 years or something like that. I want to give. Can't believe in God. I rebuke you, digital dog. You don't know what the word believe is. It's an honest question. So God is a title. So who in the hell is God? Hell is not a place. I just defined what the word hell is. Do you own a lexicon? You might study the words. This is called a concordance, and you can find the words one word at a time. This book pulls out all the words that are in the Old and New Testament. If you don't have this book here, then there's only one accepted book, which is the canonized version. Means they pulled and defined all the one words at a time by definition. Council of Nicaea. If you don't know that, leave. You're an idiot, religious ding dong, dong, or dumb, da dum dum dum. You're an idiot's not an insult. You're idiotos. You know what that means? Define it. You wouldn't be upset, would you? But you don't know any definition. That is transliteration, no change to the literal text or the definition. That is the difference between translation and transliteration. Two completely opposite sides. One is adding, you're like raping his word with your own version, like idolatry, like he divorced his bride for cheating and called her a whore. Take those for some words for you. This is what these books say, but you read some other version. That's what it says. Don't add a jot. If you don't know what a jot is, or the word halakha or haggadah, stand down. You're an idiot. Interlinear Texas. See, this is this is where we hold up a Hebrew book, right? So it has to have no O's, A's, I's, O's, or you. Oh boy, there's no vowels in Hebrew. Oh, his name is Yeshua, Yahweh. You're a child. You don't know Hebrew. You don't know. You sound like a Sadducee, right? Well, no, they still knew the Hebrew. You sound like a Nephilim, a bully. A Nephilim is the word bully, not a giant. That's the word Anunnaki and not Anakin Skywalker. There's nowhere in this book that it says there's space or anything comes from over your head. There's no God over that's in the sky. You got a sky daddy God, don't you? You think you can believe in Jesus? We'll use your words you use that are God. I'm a veteran. That's just a rank or is a title, okay? He's the ram. So David declared him the Lamb of God. That would make Father the ram. You can call him Father. He said, call no man Father. No, that pop up hope. That's blasphemy. That's Satanism. Catholics, Catholics. That's the deadly head wound that it talks about in these books that was healed. Yeah, they outlawed that worshiping of, what do they call it now? Orgy, masse, the Catholics. Oh, the Catholics hold their mass. Their masse. You know what that means? That means to eat human flesh. That's cannibalism. This is Satanism hijacked by pagans. They hijacked it called religion. And he wrote the letter to the, remember, we'll hear what the Lord say unto the churches in the book of Revelation. To the 7 churches, all of them. So he don't dwell in no house made by hands. He destroyed the physical temple. He is light. He had a son birthed by water because he didn't have flesh, right? Well, yeah, the only begotten son of the Lamb. David declared him the Lamb of God, which makes Father the Ram, the Most High. Remember, when he was here in that flesh, he had to birth the flesh vessel because he only loved Aaron and Levi. So don't tell me God loves everybody. God is the title. So there's no O's or A's or I's or vowels in Hebrew. So don't speak. If you don't know the word halakha or haggadah, that was the perverted after they'd taken the Aramaic, right, translation from the Hebrew after 40 years of wandering in the desert. So you don't know because that was where they went out to what now modern day is Gaza and didn't scout out the Anunnaki. Not fallen angels, not alien is not anything, is a being. Alien's not a being. That's not what an alien is a word that's foreign to you, like dialectus, or you have a glossary in a book so you can define your that's the word tongues. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues, no such thing as being saved. You can't believe in God, you can't be saved. All this is blasphemy. This is the addition of a religion. And he warned of this. That's why he made it very defined in his last book of the Apocalypse, because apocalypse means to pull off and remove the cover, or to lift the veil, to revelation, to reveal. Welcome to the last book. We're there. The celestial firmament told me so, not some man or some clock or that firmament up there. The heavens is not above your head. Just so you know, in Genesis, when he created the heavens and the earth is the ruled, and the heavens were Israel, his favorite. Aaron, Levi, these 12 tribes. This book is about 12 family of these up against the great now Mediterranean Sea. You've turned this into a religion, and I rebuke you with dislike, because that's what he tells me to do. Don't add a jot or a tittle, and I'm giving you definition and not historical, because history's in a book. This is the word Bible, right? That means book. This wasn't written in a book. This was written on tablets and stones and scrolls, and now it's on the heart of the bride. Christ in you, Christ in me. Father's in us. He's going to prepare a place where his Father's house is at. Where do you think he's going to left? Where was this? Now he's going to go. Where do you think your enemy? In Matthew 10:34-39. Your biggest enemy is the one of your own household. He warns of idolatry. That's the word porneia, idolatria. You're serving yourself, your eyes, your lies to your eyes. That hangs right here. These two witnesses that he said he'd send. Always does. Look at that. Water and air and age, and the crown, or the crowning of the throne of God. It talks about it in this book in the Apocalypse. That means to lift the veil, to remove the scales from oligos, for the bride, the eyes of the bride, and the ears of the one that he only gives oligos. He said, fear not. A fraction. He don't love everybody. He had to fulfill the Gentile nation. All flesh. One white, one black, one red, one brown, one yellow, one man, one woman, one Jew, one Gentile, good, evil. All flesh would be fulfilled under this covenant, but not everybody. Where do you get that? Some religion. God don't love everybody. Father only loves his bride, and he only wrote this gospel because we're not under the law. I'm not bound by fate or sealed by fate. I am destined, predestined, predetermined. He said, if I didn't call out to their wicked hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness, it never stop overflowing. You religious idiots. Oh, God knows what's in my heart. I know you've never picked up and read the book once, have you? It never would stop overflowing if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me. He said that not one of them would. His bride is tiny. He only wrote this agape, this Shem. He said, hallowed be thy Shem, our Father. Remember, call no man Father, Pope, Papa. Call no man Reverend. You better be careful of these pastors, these wolf in sheep's clothing. They don't own a lexicon. They don't use e-sword. They don't use this interlinear accepted text. The accepted text is because it's written in the Hebrew and it was canonized. This is an old 12th century book where they took the scrolls and tablets and made this book. It wasn't in this form. Now you might know how this came to pass. It was called the Council of Nicaea, where they made this in a book you could carry around. Otherwise, you had to carry around tablets and scrolls of rock. Know your biblical is Bible. Know your scriptural. History is written. He gets left out, loser. You got the right side, the writer of history, and this, shut up. Remember, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you do anything you can and do, you can kick that can down the road because that's irrelevant. I'm a prior pig, law enforcement, thug, veteran. I know these yeah, that's maybe why he gave me a little better understanding how this works so I can share this light with you. What a filthy nation with 1,000 military bases. I know I serve this beast. It talks about now it's a neuter gender beast. It's system, not just you think it's a man. Because see, in your book, it says he gave his power and it's neuter gender. It's not a man. It's not a woman. It has feminine gender, male gender, or neuter gender. Not like cutting body parts off like they're doing today. Oh, yeah, there we go, doing that. We're going to add god heads and goat heads and owls and yeah, that's Egypt. That's why God let them slaughter these pagan Native Americans when they came over here as Puritans, not pilgrims. 1492, Christopher Columbus did not discover America. The Chinese were here before in that same century. Were they not? Before he had ever, and they wandered over the ice bridge and came. I don't want to hear that. They were pagans. Pagans worshiping pole gods, just like Egypt. He's the one go after the pole. He said, I am the horizo, I am the divider, I am the separator, the day and the night, the dark from the light. I pull out to their hearts. I declare from the foundation of the world, the ones I chose, written on their hearts, a contract. Not by fate are they sealed by the law, but they are destined. They are mine. They are predestined. Yes, Father, I have their sins covered. You better have a mediator. I've been a prior pig. I'm entangling with the law right now. Heck yeah, I got 6 felony charges. Could spend the rest of my life. Don't have a record, but I've got pig charges. Interfering with a pig, hindering a pig, harassing a pig, and 5 years for menacing a pig at least. Pig is a person in government, not just these clown cops. I've been one of those, SWAT, all that nonsense, Highway Patrol Academy, Reconstructionist. Maybe that's why he gave me this blessing to know that under this covenant, I should have never served in a beast system that goes outside their borders. We have the right to protect ourselves under the 4th Amendment. You have the right to, remember, 5th Amendment gets left out, remain silent. But under your 4th Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects without warrantless search or seizure. This is your 4th Amendment. God protected, given by the federal government, is not there to make laws, but to protect the inalienable, natural, and organic right of the black color of law, all flesh, people. This ain't some kingdom, serfdom, by executive order, without going through the House, Congress, and Senate. There's a reason why this nation was blessed. Not like any other nation. This ain't a democracy, red and blue robe, Democrat Republican. Although the democratic process, voting is part of the original constitutional republic, that's long gone. It used to could. You ever heard that term? Used to could. This is a corporation sold on the New York Stock Exchange. The debt slaves of this labor, they're merchants. They're merchandise. They're just they're merchandise like Walmart. Walmart's a subsidized corporation. Government subsidize its government. Walmart's a government. There's the ones who intern American citizens during World War II, where the Waltons are going to get ready to do it again very soon with their Thunderdome. Yep, you'll get in your camp. Mr. Musk got the glass holes if they want to feed people from and in, above and below. Always going to be, they're going to bet on you like patent 060606. What's that all about? You're like an antenna. They're going to bet on you like track horse, like racehorse around in the dome, super dome. What does this guy talk about? Like 5G whiz, baby, patent by the United States Navy. Whew, it's going over your head, huh? It's like a paddle slapping you right in the, it's like a grid system. It's not like Mr. Stinky Muskrat with his, he's got his, as is above, so is below, huh? Boring. You think they're doing this for no reason? They're doing this all below your feet. I wonder what all these whistling and banging and trumpet noises are sounding. Where's that coming from? Gee. My age of wonders, the Wonder Dome. They got you wondering, huh? What the millimeter waves, millimeter dome, Mr. Chump, right? with his patent Tekla test stolen from John, his uncle, been holding it with Mr. They got a car that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge. This stinky muskrat can't get his sweeper dustpan card that rusts. Not enough nickel in there. Nickel's coming next. They already clipped that copper from you, 42 to 45. This is war, baby. Remember? Put all your gold in Fort Knox. Now they're going to audit Fort Knox. Yeah, right. Like he was going to audit the Fed. Instead, he blew pal. Remember? He is the banksters. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world, right? Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. How about if you go into that bank and everybody in that bank's got going in that has a Second Amendment item, and so does all the tellers, and so does the bank manager, and so does the loan officer. How successful do you think you'd be at gaining anything? Yeah, heavily armed public is a polite public, let me tell you. They don't want you to know that. Look at Chicago, Illinois. Look at Mexico. Look at what goes. Look what happens when you disarm. I'm not advocating for the Second Amendment. I don't need to. I don't need to feel secure to be. I put good Father fight all my battles. Ephesians 6:11. Read it. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I am to you, I say, put on the whole armor of God. See, he declares too, is a contract as a witness, to always make it official. Because it's about a wedding. It's about the lamb and the bride. The wedding feast of the Lamb. See, the bride and the bridegroom. You're fighting over things you shouldn't be fighting outside borders. I know I've done this. We all make mistakes, brother, sister. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians. And a Pharisee, hung out in churches. Was to wear the guard. He went in there and was able to get into the churches because he had the get up. He was wearing the right, the right clothing. And he could go in there, and they killed that old man for spreading the same light that I'm sharing with you here today. The ellipsis, he said, we must go to receive that kingdom. Not this king. There's two kings and two crowns. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Remember, he severed the head of the father. No, Father. Remember those 5 shekels Passover? Remember they ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not little fuzzy Christmas fluffy marshmallow with sugar-coated bunnies. That's Semiramis worship, your Ishtar. Used to bake hot cross-top buns. The wife of Satan who had sex with her son, the one chump thump, Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Scrooge Moneybags. Didn't you ever watch DuckTales? Like sitting there like a duck in a pond, aren't you? Man, what a generation. The great falling away, it says, from his agape. Their agape will be pornea. It's incredible. Here we are. Right here in these books, the firmament told me so, and so it accepted text, because cannot. There's only one accepted text. This is a 12th century book. You read a translated, bastardized. You think you can believe in Jesus? You can't believe in Jesus. You can't be saved. God doesn't love everybody. Who told you all these things? I can keep going. No such thing as free will. So, anyways, feel a little better now that getting to share the light, because soon they'll put you in their Thunderdome or their Millimeter Dome, and there'll be nothing you can do. They'll be like Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. Kind of like your smart meter. Oh, they unhooked you from the grid, didn't they? He's not the life, you idiot. That's not what he said, Yasher L. I rebuke you. He didn't say, he said, I am the horizo. He said, the word way is hados, the word truth is aletheia, and he didn't say I'm the life. I rebuke you. Stop spreading blasphemy. You're an idiot. He said, one lie and 99 truths is still a lie. 99 lies and 1 truth is still a lie. So I rebuke you. Start studying the word, and this all I'm doing is rebuking you with the light. Stop acting like you know something. The false teacher, you're trying to teach somebody something, and you've changed. The last thing he said in the book of the Apocalypse or Revelation, which means to lift the veil, reveal the truth, you're speaking blasphemies. He said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. That means I'm the divider, I am the separator, I am the horizon. He didn't say life. That was what they would call, every morning the sun would come up at the light. So you were referring to light, not life. I rebuke you with predestination, prohorizo, those he, yes, divided from the darkness and pulled into his light, not life, you idiot. You're a demonion. You're another Jesus. You've made your own. You look very close, but yes, if you define a little closer, you're a false teacher. You're a scarpizzo. Here's what we warned of when he says, I made mistakes, but that's defined. I am the horizo. He said, I am the separator. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that would divide. I divide the day from the light, the dark from the night, not life. Stop adding to the text. I rebuke you with the true interlinear accepted text. It doesn't say, it says horizo. I rest my case. See, if you'd even define, that's why this prior channel name was predestination, predestined for light. Prohorizo is by definition, predetermined, defined. You've been imprisoned and separated from him, divided from his light, not life. So don't start adding text. Don't start talking. There's no Jesus in this scripture. So who the hell is not in this book ever written once is Jesus. There's no J's in either the Old or New Testament. Where are you coming up with this Shem is the word you call name, and that's not what Shem is, Jesus. I rebuke you once again. He said, don't add a jot. Tell me what a jot is. You don't live on planet Earth. It's not below your feet. The word planet's never written in this book. You're an idiot. Stop talking about scripture. Study. Go see Jim Brown. And go see Grace and Truth and stop adding text. Or be quiet. And if you have a question, you can ask a question. I might help you to define. He said, I am the hados. That is too narrow. He said, I am the narrow. I am the way. I am the hados. How are people still saved by that name? Saved is not the word. It's the Greek word S-O-Z-O. Yasher. My cat's name is Yasher. So, by the way, I'm not trying to be a dick. His name is Yasher. I love his good cat. I like your name. So, no, I don't live on a globe. That doesn't say I live on the third rock on a ball and a block from the sun, spinning, corkscrewing. That is froward, the Hebrew word. Do you study any Hebrew? See, I won't leave this text. He said, don't add a jot. So now they created the word planet. What is it? Where does it say we live on a planet? He created the stars, the sun, and the moon. I'm a magi. Can you tell me actually what a magi is? Maybe you might understand a little bit what a magi is. Remember, there were not three wise men. There were many magi. Remember, they were looking up at the celestial firmament, like it says in the book of Psalms. The heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. They were watching the king star, right? Not this king, do a lesson with the ink, because it's not what goes in a man under this covenant. You can't put me under the law of flesh. I'm not sealed by fate or bound by law. I am predestined, already chosen from the foundation of the world. It's in the definition, man. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to be anxious. Some crazy things that happen in my life, but he protects me, not by my wanting, but a year ago, I took a grenade to the face to defend the Constitution, to defend the right of this community, to defend the right of the state, just because I'm a soldier of God. I'm not going to stop. He stood up to the perversion of the law, the halakha and the haggadah. Now we live in a corporation. I served this beast system. I was a veteran, prior law enforcement. I did this for a living, and I don't feel good about what I do. Like Paul, I'm sure Paul's heart, he'd been rebuked and turned from his ways. Peter, he still struggled, asked to be hung upside down, crucified upside down. Christ wasn't hung on a cross, but you'll have people, these idiot religious, they're idiots. They don't study. They're unskilled. They're unlabored. They don't have maps. They don't study cultures, custom. They don't have any idea what they're talking about. They go after what I call a religion. You can put all of them, and they're all vain, like there's not one good cop in this country. The standing army that our founding creators of the Constitution warned us about is this state police, deputies. I used to be one of these people. They're not. You ever heard a song called "The Firefighters"? No, you haven't, because they'll run into your building to save your wife or daughter or your husband or your cat or your gerbil. But a cop, all they care about is officer safety. They failed and stood down during the COVID and let the whole nation that's supposed to be free get walked on the right of the people. That's what veterans, no matter where they serve, stateside or not, are serving for the right of the Constitution. Take a note to that people have the right to choose. Remember, it's not only the right of the people to overthrow a tyrannical government with first ballots, First Amendment comes first, then bullets if they do not redress those grievances and replace it with the right and justice governing, not federal government that makes laws. The government federal was not there to make the laws. Congress is a part of the judicial, legislative, and executive. See, that is the judicial, legislative. They make the laws. The Congress, not by exec. See, this nation was a very special nation. And when I took an oath to the Constitution. This country. I don't care about that. I care about the constitutional republic that once was. And now I realize what I did was wrong. We did not have one single military veteran serving outside of the borders of this country. That is against this New Testament, and not one other pastor do I know is teaching this right now. And that's why this channel has been heavily shadow banned for years. It just recently popped back up on the feed, and Father creates all things, so I'm not mad at YouTube, and I'm not mad at the, police SWAT officer who hit me in the face with a grenade, or even my lungs. I mean, this morning it was just 3 o'clock in the morning, my whole lungs. I just woke up from, went to bed a little early and woke up, then went back to sleep, and we're just overflowed. I just near choking on it from sleep, and then, get up and get my thing. I thought I was going to come on here and do a feed a little bit because I'm just a little bit of a struggle. That's this, Wonder Dome, where I'm left wondering. A year ago, they SWAT raided this house. I still have not replaced the windows, and finally getting this, ranch back here at Silver Rock Ranch, all the, kennels and corrals and housing and stuff for animals that was put available for people during these fires in Paradise. And when we had fires out here, for people like myself who are a farmer who raise animals and have out here, and that's why they're here, that, if you got in a situation like that, these services were offered. They didn't ever checked in anything. They just destructed it. Because I'm a prior law enforcement officer, not by, it is what it is. I documented all these things, like I've recently documented they're out here running over my, sign at the roadway, where even yesterday the guy struggled and went the wrong way, even though he got all the way out here, and that thing is still even now 4 feet higher or something in the air, and he still missed it. They listen to that stupid little program, and look down and miss it right when turn, and it's right there. But it was down on the ground and over closer to the road, and these cops ran it over. And what do you do when the cops are menacing you and gang stalking you? When I was a cop, the definition of a gang was, 5 or 6 or 7, a large group of thugs, all heavily armed, going around harassing and extorting the general public, all wearing the same color. But when I was a law enforcement, I couldn't put them pat or frisk search a woman, do a pat down. I had to call in a backup officer. This country is changed tremendously, and it's not the once country that it was, a constitutional republic. It is a corporation, and it did used to be very blessed. It was the Mayflower Nation in Scripture. I've given hopefully lessons that you can understand why they were allowed to come over here and genocide these pagan poles worshiping, just like Egypt. And I know people have a heart for the natives, but they were pagans. The Native Americans were going after the same thing like in Egypt, where they had beast gods of, heads of men, and or heads of beasts, and men, bodies of men. This is perversion. This is paganism. This is Satanism now, which is, and I'm not saying that now they weren't pilgrims. They were called Puritans. They would not go to what now as Christmas, or the orgy masse of the transgender Jesus, which is Catholicism, where Satan is birthed in the middle of the winter, this baby manger. When they came into Bethlehem, Christ was nearly 3 years old. Baby. I rebuke these idiots. There is no baby manger scene. That's all blasphemy. That's Catholicism. That's Apollyon, the one Trump has his house decorated. God with breast and beast, horn, hoof. This man, beast, and woman. They're transgender, 3 in 1 God. Period. That's it. You can't understand it. I don't care. My Father doesn't have breast. He's light. He birthed a flesh vessel because he doesn't have flesh. He didn't have breast. Shiloh's not going to come back even in flesh this time because the body of Christ is a spiritual body and he's inside us. He destroyed the physical temple. You're just not going to get it. So I'm a trumper. What the hell? Why would I go after a man who decorates his house with Satan? Apollyon, Mithra, the sun god, who had a wife that had sex with their son. You're an idiot. Get out of here. That's Christmas and Easter. You're an idiot. Had sex with her son, like Thumper the rabbit, like Disney. You've been watching too much Lion King. Remember they mocked him, the lion from the tribe of Judah. He was the lamb, not from Nazareth, from Bethlehem, the Star of David. David was born in Bethlehem. Christ was born in Bethlehem. That makes, he declared him the ram. No, he declared them the lamb. That makes Father the ram. You're an idiot. Get out of here. Who the hell would want to go after some guy who decorates his house with Satan that says, I can't sin and I'm going to develop a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense? You're an idiot. Get out of here. You can't even listen. Maybe your hearing aid's turned off. Oh, you like Biden? I'm surprised they got that in there. You mean his Mr. put his lightsaber in his ice hole, buddy? They're both island boys. Remember his ping phone from his tower to the island? So why in the hell would I vote for my own enslavement? Hope you didn't vote. Did you vote for your own overlord? Democrat or Republican? Which mass murderer in chief did you vote for? If you mix red and blue together, guess what you get? Purple people eaters. There's never been a single one pretendant selected that's ever been not related to the queen. They're all related. You're an idiot. Joe Biden loves Trump. I told you they trade lightsabers in their ice holes. Remember you knew I was a snake? Before you let me in, you got the bite, you know, the hollow needle here. You're here on the tube, the channel. You knew I was a snake, you know, like a viper. And then his buddy come in and play cleanup. Remember, record earnings, #1 drug dealer ever on the history of this rock, Donald Trump, right, with his Pfizer jab. Any more even in real estate? Hey, you don't like facts? Move along. This is fact. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution, not some pretended. Although when I was in the military, I had to, you know, Uniform Code of Military Justice, they were the mass murderer in chief, or what they call the commander in chief. I mean, excuse me, sorry. You know, chief is what they're called, even higher ranking than a 5-star general during war. And we're at war. He declared war with the whole world, and everybody in America's like, yeah, Team America. They are. You can't, when you tariff somebody, that's war. How do you think Japan, World War II started? All wars in this country never started one was with a single ordinance falling on anybody or no. Oh, we've had our false, you know, Gulf of Tonkin and Blind 11. Mr. Trump did that, in case you know. You got to be blind as a bat, like, you know, it started in a laboratory or it started in some soup bowl out of Wuhan in a market. Get out of here. You've been played like a merchandise merchant. You've been like Walmarted. You know, they put you in a camp, a concentration. I mean, here, study. You're not going along. We don't like part of you because you are. Wait, they put American-born citizens. You know that the Walmart put Americans, the Waltons. They're government officials, whether you like it or not, in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? This is how this works. And you're going to get in your Walmart camp. They're going to get you into your Wonder Dome. You're going to wonder how the hell you get out of there. And that's going to drive people either nuts or maybe they can make you want to be in there. It can put a bunch of fake space aliens over your head. There's nothing over your head. There's no God over your head. I've kind of come to the conclusion that an ite is old tech, you know, old satellites, old meteorites. This is all falling back into this atmosphere when he raises and lowers this. This is what they're getting ready for. The age of wonder. You're going to wonder, why didn't I pay attention to that magnetosphere in 1859, this migration of this magnetosphere, the one that keeps your compass points to the north? Remember, it changes every, 11 years on the sun, where the magnetics of the north become south. Where my little marker go? I had a marker a little easier. Here's my marker. Show you a little more visual so you can, you know, it rotates. The magnetics. Okay, that's not the same. Hold on. We'll find us another one here. Maybe it'll work. Maybe you don't know how the mechanics of the ionosphere, heliosphere, stenosphere, ozone. Do we have many layers? But if you say positive and negative, every 11 years, the negative becomes positive and the positive becomes negative. That does that every 11 years in the sun. It does that every 22 on the moon, like a cycle. So if you know anything about the Kali Yuga cycles and anything about these, extinction events, and you know anything about the half cycles, like 6,000 years ago, this whole rock was flooded. God said, I'd seen enough of this hokey pokey. What's the promise of the rainbow? He would not flood this earth again. This time he was going to bring fire. The sun. It's going to be the sun, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Remember? Okay, never mind. Maybe you don't understand what's going on here. But anyways, the sun is the driver of the climate. That's what affects our upper jet streams, like, crap. It runs downhill like Reaganomics. That didn't work out very well, did it? Anybody trickle economics, trickle down? Anybody that old to remember Reagan and his Adam's apple, Nancy? Oh, better not start talking about that right now. We'll get a little off subject. But hold on, I'm going to actually get some water here. It's been making some ice cubes. In fact, it's cold as hell. Hell's not a place. Heaven's not above your head. God doesn't love everybody. You can't be saved. Stop splitting these blasphemies, okay? They're getting ready. They're ready for this, actually. They're just waiting for the cycle. It's the super cycle of the sun. Now, let me give you a little image to chew on before I get to... Uh-oh. We're getting low on battery. Do we have another cord? And their super cycle, they're ready in their golden age. So this is what I'm talking about, this Wonder Dome, the age of wonders. Because of the weakening magnetosphere, it's depleted by over 40%. And they know what's caused this auroras. Give me a second, I'll put some ice in my Berkey ice cubes in my Berkey water, because I filter. I figured out what's wrong with most people. They either took the jab and got boosted, or they're drinking tap water and soda and smoking cigarettes and eating boxed bag and canned just about everything. That'll make you just about as it'll make you like all you do be just go to the dispensary and just buy a bunch of space rocks or whatever these people, I'm not sure what it is that they're intaking inside their body. It's not a flowering original species that grew up out the dirt, a flower that had been used since time and millennia, but they're like stuck like Velcro to their like hand cramp to the remote. They get the fat. There's no such thing as remote anymore. I don't think anybody has, but they got fat finger. You ever heard this thing from too much playing games? And anyways, they're a generation that are lost in space. They think there's such thing as space. They think it's 2025. I don't know where these people get these things, these numbers, and think that God's in the sky, and when you die, you go to the sky, and heaven's in the sky. I don't know where they get this. It's part of their, some people, maybe these things are new to them, and that's understandable, but where does it ever say that God is in the sky? I don't get it. Where does it say heaven's in the sky? But they don't get it. So don't worry, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. Not possible. He already chose, don't you know? Predestination. I also did foreknow the ones that I did predestined to conform to my image. See? I predetermined them they were enslaved in their flesh and their dark sin, and I pulled them to my light. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, which is continually filled with wickedness, that not one of them would seek after me. So you can't be saved because God's making you do it. You have to endure to the end to be saved. Nobody can save you. You can't believe in Jesus. That's not Jesus in the word that's ever written in the text, but the word believe is an action word. It's not a noun like faith is a noun. Belief is a verb. So stop being an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking about it. He warns about the scorpizzo. The scorpizzo is the one that mirrors and performs all the same miracles and wonders in Christ. It's not some leotarded red spandex looking Jesus, horny Jesus, or Christ Mass, or what do they call him? This red devil over here. The devil, or this white devil over here, the one with the hood and the serpent and the halo. When you see that, that's a devil. Huh? I thought that was good and evil. No, they're both evil. You're an idiot. Who told you that? Once again, you've been tricked by visual voodoo. They got you schooled, and you went to public school. That's it. You got the fluoride trays when you were a kid in your mouth, huh? Anybody remember the little fluoride trays that roll out? Anybody that old? God is a title. God damn it is not taking the Lord is a pagan term's name is Shem. not name, in vain. Vain means worthless. So, God. Little g God, deities. They used to pray to the little g God in communion. They used to try to think they could communion by having a burnt orgy offering of a marinated. We figured it out yesterday. Like, hey, let's have that discussion. You know what the Mass is? The Saturnalia, the sacrament of the Mass. The Mass is eating a human flesh. You can still go to the Mass yesterday, right? Sunday, where they do their crackers and grape juice ritual, eat my body. The body of Christ is a spiritual body, and it's his bride. It's not his physical body. That's cannibalism. See, they used to eat a pagan man, or, well, Satanism, because Satanism, they eat the flesh of. That's a robbing of what was paganism, where they did have a sacrifice, but they didn't eat the flesh. Pagans did. That's vampirism and cannibalism. That is practiced in now religion. Whether you understand it or not, that deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture is this eating of flesh and drinking of blood. Vampirism and cannibalism. They're going to drain you like a vampire. See why he put, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he put the bite in with their warp speed jab, the halo jab, the ring around the rosy, crown, corona, crown, like a round crown. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. So you're just, you're not getting it. You've fallen for a religion, and they're vain. Remember, he said that word is worthless. So if you start adding to what he put in these books, you're going to mess it up. And that's why he doesn't want us to add anything, not even a jot. And now they've added things like planets and gods in the sky. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. And this book, Israel and Revelation, Israel's not a place on this rock now. It's the people. They're spiritual, and they're from all 180 continents. That's why they had to have a ring around the rosy virus to mimic the days of Israel, when he surrounded the Israel for not going into Gaza and scouting out the Anunnaki. Anak was the land of Anak. That is the wilderness, not Anakin Skywalker. That is an idiot. You think Nephilim is from the sky. Nephilim is the word bully. Same word as demon. They used to have a demonic demon, is a distributor of fortunes or lies. Fortunes. They used to have communion, think they could burn a orgy marinated peasant and eat his body, and call him the king of the sacrament of what they called the Mass, the Catholics, or the Feast of the Yule, where they thought the goddess of heaven was spinning. Heavens is not above your head. This is what they thought. It was spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. The sun was dying at the equinox on 9/23, which is going to be the date that enslaves you in a Walmart camp. You don't know why these dates keep putting out, like 9/11. Why do you think Donald, McChump was the 45 is 9 and 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11 has his house decorated with that sun god Apollyon. You think that's by chance? He lived in a 58-story, Nimrod lived in a 58-story Manhattan Tower, right? Oops, I mean Babylonian Tower. But Trump's Manhattan 58-story tower just happens to be the same amount and lives on the 66 penthouse floor of that New York, Manhattan, 58-story, and it happens to be how tall? Because I know any of you in the room know this already, and decorated with Satan, not hiding it, with Satan is Apollyon, the one they decorate in February as the sun god that they birth, bang, bang, bang. They have an orgy with sex, man, and beast. That's baby manger Jesus. Baby manger Jesus, the one birthed in the middle of the winter on December 20. From the 17th to the 24th, they marinated a man in sex, bathed them in the finest veal and cheeses and caviar, and he got to lay with the finest sheep and the men and women. It was man on beast, beast on woman. It was an orgy. That's what Christmas is. That's why it was banned when Columbus came over here with the Puritans, because they were fleeing the Inquisitions. The Romans were going out, the Catholics, from this sacrament of their Mass, this festival, because it's an extension of this same Roman orgy. Remember how the Romans fell, that they loved their orgies, and this was their part of one of their favorite to France. They picked this thing up and rebranded it, and did their 7 Mardi Gras. Their Mardi Gras, they do the same thing. Here, let me see beads and show us. It's a big orgy with beast and drugs and sex, and it's just a big marination to where they become overly, just indulging in, and that's called gluttony. And you don't have sex with sheep. Please keep your Velcro boots to yourself, trying to back that goat up to the cliff. I've done heard some of you guys' rituals. It's sick. Okay. I know the farmer was just helping the sheep over the fence. I hear it. I don't want to hear that crap. All right. Anyways, a little joke for the, hey, look, this is not what people even would think that they outlaw this orgy. Christmas is the masse. M-A-S-S-E is the eating of human flesh. Christ's Mass is what the Catholics, they're Satanists. They do this crackers, eat my body, drink my blood. This is this king of the Yule wheel. Now, we talked a little bit about this. They must have had some kind of lottery because the Romans did lottery. So, like, everybody got in on it. You probably had to know, I mean, like, at the end, you were going to die. You got to be the king, man. You got to be with the finest ladies, and again, lay with the finest sheep. They brought you, cheeses you had never had. You got to live like a king. That's why they called this the Saturnalia, or the Feast of the Yule, and they decorated him as a king. For 1 week, they marinated him with all, I think I've made my point. It was a pump and dump. I mean, this dude pretty much came out like a rack of ribs, pre-marinated, ready to go on the barbecue, and everybody ate them. This is Christmas. And remember, Washington, although was a 33-degree Mason, did say no foreign entanglements, outlawed this same thing. They would find you and throw you in a cage for this celebration of an orgy. That's why they came over here, and that's why Father allowed the genocide of all these native, what they call Americans, which is blasphemy anyways. They all wandered here from all over, and because they were they were pagans, and they weren't pilgrims. They were Puritans who would not go to the Catholic Mass. The Catholics were going out. They didn't care if you were Christian or what you were, but if you wouldn't go to their eat my body, drink my blood ritual of the eat the king of the Yule, whether you call it the Feast of the Yule or the Feast of the Mass or the Sacrament of the Mass or the Saturn or the Feast of Saturn or the Saturnalia or the Sacrament of the Mass, as the Catholics were calling this same orgy, that is their Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter, the one with breast, the one with horns. This is Baphomet. This is Bel. This is sun and tree. Remember, Moloch was Esau's brother. Nimrod, he killed him and stole his inheritance. So you might want to get with the times here. This is all about an inheritance. And he so loved Jacob. He was not a nice person on this rock, but Esau had faltered in his faith, and he, remember, later killed Nimrod and stole his inheritance. And this is about an inheritance, okay? He was the heir, right? No, he was the testor to the heirs of his will, new will, living will, and testament. Anybody ever fill this out? One of these, remember how this works? You leave your things, there's the prize, the whatever at the other end. He was the testor. He made amendments in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. We see that, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances once written on stone, all the flesh law. He said it as he hung on a tree that day. It is fulfilled, right? All the laws of flesh. He became the sacrificial lamb. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice. Eat my body, drink my blood. This festival of the orgy, they ate lamb. Remember, you had to have a lamb, your 5 shekels to the king, postmarked the head of your doorway. Anybody got a post office box or have an address? Okay, you know what that means? You had to put that sacrifice of the blood. That's called Passover. They wrote it one time as Easter, but that's not what that word is. It's Passover, and this was the shekels, the 5, the sacrifice. This is all fulfilled. They did not eat Cadbury bunny, whatever peeps. I don't want to hear these fluffy bunnies with sugar. That's Samaramis worship. They bake hot cross-top buns to the goddess of sex and fertility, who had sex with her son after Satan died. And Christmas is rebirthing Satan's cock, the phallic, the ones in front of the Washington Monument, and the Vatican, is that they're all over monoliths. These are phallic worship, like dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Mr. Warp Speed did that built these 1973 and had them drop so he could dancing Israelis at the bottom of their tower with their celebration. And he supports Israel, which is the most genocide nation ever to walk this rock now, with support of the U.S. and Trump, because they are committing not what is written is the book of Israel. In here, Israel, that's not Israel. Israel is all nations. It's the people, and it's a spiritual Israel, and they're spiritual Jews. That's why they're getting away for this, because Mr. Warp Speed has his house decorated with the booby Jesus. The one that I'm speaking of, birth of their swastika Jesus. This is Hitler. I've already showed you this image of what this is. Let me show you so you can see what I'm saying. This is not hard for you. It's not hiding this. That's why he dropped. Oh man, we didn't put that in. Plug that in. Hold on. Plug it in. Plug it in. Oh, that's Glade. Is it Febreze? Careful, the Mandela affect you. Is it wine skins or is it bottles? Is it forgive us our debts or forgive us our debtors? Or is it forgive us our trespasses? Is it Kit-Kat or is it, careful, is it, remember they did that in Forrest Gump too, didn't they? Mama said a box of chocolates. Hey, got to get serious, man. You got to be boots on the ground here. He said, wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So let me see if we can get this one going here. Secret. Oh, got you. What do we got here? All right, I'm gonna set you guys up here for a second. You guys are going up, going up. Don't fall down now. What goes up must come down, like Honga Tonga. Like Honga Tonga, baby. Hope you know what that is. Better be paying attention. Pay attention. Concentrate like orange juice or like work camps. Concentrate like work camp. Okay, that one's no good. Man, I have too many charges and we should just throw these ones away. Don't use these ones anymore. What do I have that's that charger? I don't know. What else do I have that's that style? Oh, we're making more ice. Ice baby. What do we got here? Let me guess. Oh, here's a C charger. Will it work? It's plugging in. And it's not working. Oh, is it working? No, I don't think it's working. Why is it not working? Man, how many chargers do I have that don't work? Oh, we got one over here that was going to work. I know this one does work. Let's just take this one here. And we got this one this time. I got you licked. All right, I'm going to throw these chargers away. They're not working perfect. Why do you keep them? All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Wow, come on, we're so far zoomed in there. We got some kind of filter on here now too, huh? What happened here? Well, we did all kinds of things here to this thing. No, that's pinned to the live stream. That's that all about. We don't want to do that. No, let's not do that. No, we don't want to start a poll. And I'm not very good at these things. Oh, is this filter is up here in it? Ah, there we go. Better. I don't like this false filter. I don't use filters. You got to look to my ugly old mug. Don't listen to me. You see what I'm saying? That's all you need. No, not everyone's going to heaven. Heaven's not above your head. No, it's nice out right now. It's just in a cabin, stays cold, pretty chilly it'll keep temperature for a while. So when I came back inside, my shaved head, I've always shaved my head, got cold. So, well, since I was 17 years old, I've shaved my head. So recently I've shaved my face. Haven't done that since I was 17. Pretty much only have ever shaved my face a couple of times ever in my whole adult life. At least I had a goatee or a mustache, but that's all right. I need change in my life. And I just have to say, I thank you guys for the blessing of you people who have been hanging out with this ministry. This last, I mean, I'm going on just 3 days now. I think Kevin, he doesn't always have a beard. He normally has a clean shaven face. So, and I think he won't shave every day. He's not one of these persons shaves for vanity or anything, but I don't think Kevin keeps a beard or anything. I think he keeps more of a shaved face. So, but you know, I was really trying to get myself motivated, and this is a very trying time because I'm 3 days out from when they SWAT raided the house, and I've made no progress. So, you know, I woke up nearly choking this morning on my own fluid in my lungs, and I need to get to a doctor. I don't know why Father is just testing me like this, but I'm surely thankful for this ministry to be able to have an avenue to be able to just, you know, vent again. If this was not available to me, this would have made this a million times harder. So, Carl, I appreciate it. You come over from TikTok. You've been here before this channel was ever made, before it ever went from Predestined for Light, you know, over to here, and then it originated here, but then went over to TikTok, and then by Elijah, you know, my son, and then back over here after the TikTok channel live was taken down over there. And still to this day, they're not going to ever let me back on TikTok. So I've done all their appeals and they just got a ban on me. There's not, the Chinese don't like me, so it's okay. They don't want the gospel being taught over there. But over here, since then, you know, we shot up to near, you know, the TikTok channel about 17.5 or something like that in about 2 months, and was just shattering the records over here on YouTube. And then the shadow ban over here, but the live's been able to stay up because they're not so, I can't say retarded, or I would get taken down on TikTok. That one, I did an experiment one time, and they took me down for hate speech because I was talking about how people don't use all of their brain. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not over here. I appreciate you taking the time to come over here and spend time. I'm sure you're still on. Appreciate you still time to time. I see people check the I get some notifications every once from TikTok. I see your show, you're over there and you're still active on TikTok. So I do appreciate you taking the time to come over here. I don't know what I do, guys. I'm really at a very not understanding time a time of wonder. That's just, I'm in Wonder Dome myself that I titled this because, you know, I'm a dad. I want to protect my son, and I've already went to the law enforcement, you know, by what I'm supposed to do. And I've got for a whole year, you know, if I could get my passport, I would leave this country, but I'm not supposed to leave right now. I mean, they've for a whole year, they have done nothing on this case. And now I'm even kind of gone backwards because they don't have this attorney. I've figured it out. I can't get an attorney to take my case right now because there's counsel on this case that will not remove themselves as counsel. They put in this blocker, Paul Palmer, and he hasn't done anything. He came on as, again, that, you know, I'm going to go after this corruption, and I cleared out my bandwidth because I originally told him that, you know, I looked at other attorneys to pay for them. And, you know, that's why, again, too, is another thing. Hey, you better just take this money and pay off the ministry. They can inflate this currency into nothing, you know, infinity. And, you know, you see even stronger, you know, in ways where you're at. We all are feeling the pain of this, but they said the case is too big. It's a massive case. You know, my son went, I supposedly on the run because he had a 2-day trial. He knew he was going to prison. They were not going to give him no trial, fair and adequate, call witness in his favor, adequate counsel, fair and speedy trial. His witness list is my witness list. His discovery is my discovery. You know, I've even called for this attorney who said, I'm quitting. I'm not going to be your attorney anymore for my discovery, and he won't give it to me. You know, that's a right to discovery and a suppression of my evidence. I need to have that. And when he won't remove himself as counsel, that's delaying this case even longer. And now I'm in this like suspended wonder. Because remember, I had already called Josephine County and said, look, please don't shoot my son. The state of Oregon went and shot my son already. You know, you guys might not like me, but this is about going and getting him. If you need to get him, I don't want to dime my son out and have him get, if he's been on the run and you say you don't know where he's at and he went missing back in September. Well, here he's got to be here. This is where my daughter's car's at. His truck was there. Now it's not, but he said he bought it from him. And he said he didn't even talk to my son or didn't talk to my daughter. My daughter's car there. This guy has kidnapped my son. So every day I have to wake up and suspend my whole, what do you do when you have a kid and you think their life is in danger? I can't just keep waking up every day acting like this is not happening. I mean, I'm a parent. I originally have these 6 felonies and I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail because of the fact that I'm willing to step in front of a bullet if I have to. Obviously, a grenade and 6 tear gas, 5. I don't know how many made it in the house. At least 4 to 5 made it in here. You know? I can't keep waking up every day and acting like, and I've been just putting it in faith. Going, I'm not going to change anything. I've done everything I can possibly do. But I can't just live with the fact that my son, if he burnt this bridge and is going to prison and he gets caught and I get caught, we never talk to each other. Why wouldn't he call me up and say, hey, Dad, you got me in trouble. You know, now he was going to come build a house here. We could get this taken care of. We went and collected rocks and picked out the property he was going to be on. And in this overnight, he ain't never going to, I think he still is under the threat of gun, arrest. To this day, I cannot just sit here. And so I'm thankful that I have this. Otherwise, I don't know, you know, I'm not going to do anything to anybody. I seek no vengeance. They're doing okay. You know, I'm thankful for those animals. Like, I'm not happy that Marshall kept my dog for all those months and he was neglected. That should be animal cruelty. See, DSW, I can't accept, and I'm glad that I have faith because that's all that I have. I don't have anything else. I can cling to nothing else. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here on this rock. And I haven't wanted to be here for the last 10 years. I've been given a good life. I don't need anything. Possessions. I don't need one more day. I don't need one more day. I would not feel cheated, come back, and as I have been more blessed than any man I think has ever been given the gift of this celestial knowledge, this ministry, just knowing that now I might have somebody and actually know somebody I might be with on the other side because I didn't know anybody but Elijah. Not even my own dad. How can you go to be with Father if you died celebrating Satan that killed you and that's what you dressed up as, and that was a big part of our life? Gluttony and Hollywood. And remember I told you my dad was an actor on Dennis the Menace. My grandmother was runner-up for Miss America. My aunt was an actress. My family is all into that. NASCAR. I don't like any of it. That's why I do what I do. I've never been a part of that family. They have hated me from the moment I popped out that darn thing. My dad told me I wouldn't like anybody in the family. Didn't get along. I wouldn't do with everybody in the family. I won't be a part of that. I never was. I didn't want it. I didn't even want to be here. When I was young, I wanted out of this flesh. I never was suicidal. I'm not saying I would ever do it now. I will endure to the end of the very last grueling day that I live. And this is grueling. Waking up every day wanting to protect your son, already now facing 6 felonies. What the hell do I got to lose? Another felony? I mean, last time I told the police, you know where my son is at. You know where my son is at. You guys are in on this shit, and I'm tired of you not doing your job. You're a dad just like me, the only cop in this town. You're a tyrant pig. Now do your damn job. You've had a whole year to investigate these 180 hours. He did those hours and more hours. You live in this town. I'm just a dad that's standing up for his son. I'm a constitutionalist. You don't like it? Too fucking bad. I don't care. You're pissed off that I audited you. I got dirt on you, Josh Bezel. I got dirt on you. You're harassing people in this town. Do your job. Why are you going out and harassing people? I literally have massive people come to me. A list of people have now compiled. More of you on that list than anybody else, Josh, going on people's properties, entering in their homes. He turns around and files an extreme risk order against me. red flag gun law, puts a harassing and menacing. They come and arrest me. You know, I'm going for tacos and get arrested. I have it. It's on the live stream. I live stream it if you want to see it. Okay. I live stream the SWAT raid. I'm not stupid. I'm a prior PIG law enforcement officer, veteran. I know. Look at all the discovery I've created. The 260 some hours of discovery before they're ever SWAT raided this house. And their discovery puts every one of these guys in prison. If anybody just open the fucking case and look at it, just open it up. Why is Father doing this to me? I don't understand it, and I ain't mean to go there. How many veterans get these GoFundMes and get an attorney and somebody steps in? I was pleading out to the federal government on that SWAT raid. I had already called the Department of Justice and complained about the corruption out here in this law enforcement. I had already asked the elected sheriff to come to my house, to my property, as grassroots this. Officer, professional, courtesy. I know this lingo. I've done that. Come talk to me. We should figure this out. You got cops up here moving illicit things from this airport and seeing at these people's houses that are moving. Guess what? Mr. Sergeant Rorick was removed off the job, caught with those illicit things and removed and retired. I wasn't wrong. And I wasn't wrong when I told Josh Bezel, you know where my son is at, because when I called and said, hey, my son's car was supposedly there. He said he didn't talk to. My daughter's car's there. Her charges were dropped back in September. What the hell is my daughter's car doing there? I want answers. He's got my passport. That's a felony offense. He's got 40 pounds of my silver. I don't think he ever went and bailed my son out and sold the silver. I think he just took it, pocketed it, went and took the $12,000, and he's got that wheelchair over my son's head, and he's got this money, and he probably told my son, I want you to go find him. They already had shot him. The state police shot him. I don't even want to be calling this, but I care more right now about my son's interest and my daughter. I think this Marshall Radanich has my daughter. Go out there and check on this. Is bullshit. I cannot believe that, this is happening. I need answers. How is this possible? This man says that he's got my felony passport. If he don't go do something about that, it's a federal offense. I call up Josephine County and they threaten to give me a no contact order. Well, Tracy, stop calling us to do your dirty work. If we go out there and do a welfare check on him, the minute we talk him, you have a no contact order. You've broken that third party no contact order. And I'm like, what the? I told Paul Palmer, this supposed attorney, brothers and sisters, he called Josephine County. Josephine County says he called them. He didn't answer. He says he calls Josephine County and they won't give him the transcripts. He should have immediately gone over their head and contacted the federal government. Went, look, here's my bar number. My name is Rafael Ahmed. He goes as Paul Palmer. He ain't even an attorney. I think he's a Fed. I think he's Mossad. How about that? Take that. I called it to his face. I think you're a Fed. He ain't done anything. Anyways, I call him. I get a hold of him. I can't get a hold of him most of the time. He calls and says, well, I called. I can't get a hold of these. They won't give me the transcripts. He should have been calling the federal government. Went, look, I'm an attorney. This is my client, and he called to do a welfare check on his son. This guy's got 40 pounds of his silver. His daughter's car's there. He went missing. There's something fishy. These state police out here said that his son went missing in September, but he has evidence that he was on the phone in October. They summons him to court for his trial in December and November. Why the hell would they summons him in November if he went missing back in September? Something's not right. Something's not right. Where is this young man at? Well, I call them and then, they tell me I'm breaking a no contact order. And then they ask me if he has a warrant. And I said, yes, he does. They say, well, he's been seen at least 2 times here in Josephine County. He's seen as recently as February 27th on camera. And I am floored, brothers and sisters. Guess what, Josh Bezel? I was right, you pig. I knew you fucking cops knew where my son was at. They know where my son is at. Imagine the cops have him on video, another county. This is where I'm telling him he's at. And they've got a warrant for his arrest. But they got him on camera and they're not going to ping his phone and go follow him back to Marshall's house. What the fuck is going on here? So I apologize. But this is what's going on. And I can't keep sleeping on this, guys. I am hanging on faith. That's it. How do I wake up every day and know my son's life is in fucking danger? He still could be in a cave. Marshall, I'll put him in a cave. I'll hide him for you. We'll bring him in the gold mines. Bring Adriana down here. Bring him back down here. I have not been violent. Not once. My son went his hands in the air and was fucking shot with his hands in the air. How do I have any faith in the system at all? For a whole year, I've tried to let the system do its job. They have removed every right I have as an American except for my First Amendment. I've been stripped of every right, violated every right they can possibly violate of my right. I still have the cops menacing me at the end of the driveway, running over my property again. And I have the forensics. I was a cop. I was a law enforcement. I did reconstruction for a living. Traffic crash reconstruction. I pulled the forensics off the prints off the tire, did the tread, I did the OD, did the ID, inner dimension, outer dimension, width. So I did all this. I pulled the front measurement of that. Had to be a crash bar between the front wheel. That was them that pushed it over. Nobody robbed anybody in at gunpoint. Look into the story. Mike Miller, I've already talked about that. You can go find the live streams. A man who owed me thousands of dollars. You can find the backstream. I'm not running from that. Those charges were expunged. All the money was returned to me. The guy couldn't even keep his story straight from the beginning. All the evidence is there. He's the one who said, that's a setup. Do you know anything about Vladimir Putin and uranium-1 and Vail, Oregon and Mulhern County and that case of the wildlife refuge? Look at who did the story on it. Look who uncovered where that was going. There's a lot more to Mulhern County. I lived in Baker. They had already stole my headstone. They were already starting to come just like they're doing to me now. I didn't do anything illegal. No, I have the right to freedom of, speech. If I find that these companies, uranium-1, scraping pancake off the desert out here as a veteran and selling it through the Clinton Foundation, Billary Foundation, through Vail uranium-1, I'm going to speak up and I'm going to make a blog about it. I did that over 10, that was 10 years ago I did that, huh? That led up to that incident there, but I didn't do anything illegal. That guy, again, I had known him for 5 years. He knew my son. He said he'd never met me in my life. Remember? No, he didn't read the story. Remember, he said he'd never met me. I took vehicles from his name and bought them from him and traded with him for years. We had met in years prior. He had a home in Idaho, one in Ontario. I knew him from, we'd done lots of different trading, and he couldn't even keep the story straight with the horse panels. They went to his dad and said, hey, he said that you stole, $1,200 because he had went and delivered these horse panels that he was going to deliver for me because he didn't have the money. But instead, again, this whole thing was a tracking of me off of the Craigslist where they're watching you, brothers, sisters. It was what my attorney had later found out. There were more patrol officers in the area. Nobody was choked. No. Nobody was choked. And that's the funny thing. My son faced strangulation charges. My son. They said my son choked him. He tried to beat me up with a bat. Go look at it. I already talked about all this. Like I said, this man said I never knew him. Said that I took his phone and threw his phone out into the field and his keys, and I beat him in the head with a tent peg, is what he told the news at 12 o'clock. And then at 5 o'clock with his wife, he said I beat him up with a tire iron. He couldn't even keep his story straight, but says I threw his phone out into, now keep track because I'm going to move on real quick. Threw his phone out into the field and his keys out in the field, kidnapped him. I asked him to print the door of my truck, like I said, and he said I stole $1,200 cash from him in $100 bills because that was the agreed price for the trailer. When I had said, hey, I didn't know who he was. I contacted on, this all worked because I went online. Every day I get online. And I made my living off buying and selling on the internet. And I'd been talking about getting my son's daughter, who were high school sweethearts. She was from El Salvador. She was a Salvadorian. So her name was Adriana, okay? And they were high school sweethearts. And when I lived in Ontario. That's when I started discovering how corrupt Mulhern County is. I was blogging under Truth Bible Television. Remember, I'd already been on some of the bigger shows with Casey and, been on InfoWars and done some of these other. I'm a veteran. You can go find them literally flying the Apache helicopters right over the top of my house. I mean, literally doing circles, coming back. They're on to me. Okay, I'm a veteran. I exposed when I was in the military how corrupt the military police corps was. Okay, I'm what you call a whistleblower. You can't tell me to put my pant legs on one leg at a time, and we are any different. We are the same. Now I respect rank and I respect authority, but I didn't take an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to let people break the law. They're supposed to be enforcing the law. So that's all that it is. And there's a certain law I have morally that I keep a standard. I hold myself to care more what happens after I die than anything that happens on this earth. I'm going to hold myself accountable through he's always been inside me and ragged me and just made me hard on myself. And so that's the way I am. So when I see things like this, I start exposing. If you even look up Mulhern County Police Department, you'll see, they get the highest crime rate in the whole state of Oregon over there. And they're known for their corruption, not as nearly as corrupt as these Lake County sheriffs over here, but they're known for their corruption. So I get on to them. I actually want to move away because the mindset that I'm at right now is I'm living in the city. I got to get out of the city. I'm getting them all my preparedness. I got my whole basement full of, preparedness stuff that I've been doing year after year. I sell a massive amount of my possessions. My son lets me sell some of his toys and stuff. We're putting it all in preparedness stuff. We come out here and been out here for weeks, and we're getting out over here. And then I'm online. I actually contact my ex-girlfriend who I'm not dating, but I contact her and said, hey, look, can you help me build out here? I moved out to Baker County to get away. And I found a spot that was completely out. I was behind a lock gate. There was deer, I got in trouble with one of the locals because the dogs had taken down a couple of the deer that I'd had, the dogs did, but they were feeding them. Your animals took down my deer, our deer. I'm like, they're not your deer. These are wild animals. You got those things hand feeding them. You should be doing that anyways. Slim pickings. And my dogs weren't like that. These deer just, some of them had some issues, and these dogs were obviously, going extorting that and chasing around, and they ate them. All of it. They bring back their gourd. But I told them, stop feeding the damn deer. These aren't your deer. But anyways, this is right up a big body of water. I had everything I need to disappear from society because that's what I wanted to do. For like right now, I don't think living in the city is the craziest thing. Even living in America is the craziest, worst country you can possibly live in as far as danger is. I don't think there's a more dangerous city than America. But moving on. So I moved away, and I'm off the grid. I'm able to, be self-sufficient. I have a very large store of, I even had a massive bus that I had purchased and refurbished, turned that thing into Taj Mahal. The inside, it was absolutely gorgeous. Pecan tile, mirrors, slate tile in the bed. It was just 73 C50 with a 366 big block. The thing was I called it the prison bus because it was black on the bottom and gray on the top with black windows. It looked like a darn prison bus going out. It was a beautiful bus, beautiful, really nice bus. And it had 100 and some plus gallons, 140 or something with the dual tanks. So I had a little, gas station / self-sufficient off the grid. And now I'm living in a little cabin off the grid, way away from society. And it hit me hard. Now, there was a school out there, and my son did go to school, but I did homeschool most of the time because he wanted to be around people, but it was just too far away. I mean, only had one friend, and I had to facilitate hours. That's my solar. I wonder what it'll come around there. Driving just so he can have a social life out there. So, he played football and he did, but that's where I looked into this property out where I'm at. And that's what started this driving this triangle across to get this property and looking at it. Cause I, in years in advance was, wanted to do this. I wanted to build a homestead, live off the grid, get away from society. And then I realized I am too far away. There's just nothing here. My son he needs more social, interaction and he's got a girlfriend and I actually moved further away from him, but from his girlfriend who was originally when I was Ontario. That's where I came into this Mulhern County where this incident happened at the edge of Mulhern County. You know, I actually told that guy, bring me this thing out here. I'll give you a couple $100 extra. It's all documented. That's what's funny is people bring it up, but they won't even look into anything. They see what's on the face. And the guy across the street said that I killed the dude. He told everybody in this town I killed him. Nobody killed anybody. Nobody hit anybody with a tent peg. Nobody hit anybody. I know my hand, you know, they took pictures. None of our hands, there was no assault. The guy beat the snot out of himself, didn't go to the hospital until the next day. I mean, the whole story is a joke. I mean, but it was what, as I got an attorney for the case, who later hired for Elijah's case with this same case now. That's why I have to stand on this case, because my son has a prior record because of me. He went out there unbeknown to me that I was going to go purchase this little food cart to try to entice his girlfriend from Ontario to move out here and open up a taco stand because it's a little blink miss of town with no jobs available. So unbeknown to me, you know, as I was going out there, that's where I started noticing when I was living out there and coming over here. I did this story. You can find Truth Viral Television. I've had channels taken down where I was exposing that through the Billary and Fillery Foundation, through Uranium One, Vale, Oregon, that they were. See, guys, I said, what the hell is all these big equipment doing out on this desert? Like they're going to build condos out here in the middle. I've seen growth, brothers and sisters. This doesn't match. I remember my son telling me, Dad, don't go. I didn't listen to him. What the hell? This ain't right. I had something that, and I tell them, and I find out their Mulhern County is running, the sheriff's office is running cover for this Uranium One. And anybody gets near there, they run you out of there. And I didn't listen to him. I don't care. I do what I'm a veteran. I don't let nobody tell me I'm not breaking the law. I have the right to travel. It wasn't marked. They just scare you, scare tactic, fear tactic. They get 98.5% of cases in America to agree to plea to gain for the bar, a plea bargain. You agree to let them extort your merchant number. And that's where that money comes from. Those not all your fines, not restitution, but there's fees and that's where they pull that from. They get paid. That's how they pay their salaries. That's how they, do their thing. But this is how it works. So I'm not going to be told I can't be somewhere. There's no signs. This is open to the public. I'm on public property. But they didn't care. They were doing this. But it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So they thought they could get away with it. So I put out a hit piece about it, brothers, sisters. You want to see that? Well, this has started with the federal government with me. I already had a kind of a eyeball on them with Truth Viral Television and America Ever After and Napa. And see, I was already putting out that you guys don't know. People are like, man, I've seen you. It's like Kevin. He's like, my brother told me about you. And I remember watching you on, Truth Viral and, all these, been on other shows on Casey. And we did, shows where I actually was, when I was on, I was already starting to get shadow banned. But man, when I'd appear on other people's, on their shows and stuff, I would, would get a good viewing, a lot of, good show content, and then good views, and the viewers like me and the content creators like me, and it was a good thing. And so I just felt this is what I had to do. I have to do this because this is what a veteran does. When you take an oath to the Constitution, even though you have an honorable discharge on your DD 214, it doesn't mean your tour of service ends. And so that's what ETS means, end the tour of service. So I'm not going to stop serving the Constitution. You can't make me. I joined at 17. I did this as a minor. Been so engraved in me. You can't teach this old dog new tricks. Yes, I can be taught, but you're not going to sway in my ways. So that's what that's about. I done deals with this guy for years, and I got on this, and they knew how to set me up. They got this trailer deal from this guy, and he's a patsy. Even my attorney said, because at the time I drove back to this place supposedly where we had beat him up, and I never even touched the trailer. You know what I'm saying? He's the one. My son backed the truck up. My ex-girlfriend was at the little store. I actually tried to get the guy to come out and deliver it to me for $200 more. He said he had $1,200 crisp $100 bills. At the time of my arrest, I had two $100 bills and the rest in 20s. I asked him to print the money, print the bag, because it was in a bag. They didn't find they asked his dad about these $1,200 of goat panels, and his dad said, there ain't no missing goat panels here. His own dad wouldn't even cover for his ass. I mean, the whole story it was a setup. I got set up. My son didn't know anything. He took charges. I fought the case up into the very last day of court because they were threatening to arrest my ex-girlfriend, throw her in jail, to put my son because he was breaking if he went on the witness stand because they got him to take charges and said his original statement. They said they'd be breaking his terms of release. We're going to throw him in jail for 6 months. And they'd already tried him as an adult when he wasn't a minor child. He didn't have anything to do with this. See, they hopped in the car unbeknown, and I said, hey, to my ex-girlfriend, you want some coffee? She's like, okay, let's go. She was in her pajamas. My son didn't want to go and fought. He didn't want to get out halfway. He didn't want to go. He had a really big instinct. And like I said, once we got there, like I said, everything was fine. He got out. He's even the one that backed the truck up, and I didn't, and even in touch, you wouldn't even ever find my fingerprints. He's the one, the guy that I suppose he took this from, put the thing, and then I had a bill of sale in my pocket. He literally wrote a bill of sale, and I was trying to make it like, if I kidnapped this guy, remember, he had one of those wheel pens. I hadn't seen one of those other, red, blue, green, one of the little, he hadn't seen those forever. It's kind of weird. And he pulled out and he wrote me the bill of sale because we had made an agreement, and I got a bill of sale. He even got the pen going. He did that little over on the corner. And I know a little bit about forensics. I said, if this guy was held at gunpoint, like he's saying, why did he get the pen started? And why do I have a bill of sale in my pocket? You guys are idiots. And actually at the time, they didn't listen to me. They even let that bill of sale for stay in my pocket through all my booking, even before, for how many days I was in jail. I forget, 21 days or something, whatever, before I could remember my poor son, he didn't know what to do. My ex-girlfriend, they got caught up in something they didn't do. That's just like Adriana, my son's daughter. Now it was Adriana. Now it's Adriana. Oops, don't mess that up. That will get you in trouble. So, but they're both long-standing relationships. In this case, my son, he did something. He got in trouble. He did. Okay. And in that case, I'll tell you everything about it. I'm not hiding anything. And they did expunge the charges. There's nothing that matches. Once they look at the case, they're like, Mike is an informant. Okay. I know that now. And he was a patsy. And that's why there were 3 or 4 state police or 2 or 3 state police, I think it was, and 4 or 5 sheriffs. There was way too many officers in the area to even be on normal patrol. That was a setup. That had a lot to do with the fact that I was exposing that the Hillary Foundation was moving this pancake yellow through. I don't want to say the whole thing because he was the most number 1 weapons grade on this rock, and through this country. I see this, Bail Oregon company, and it's the sheriff's office that are running people around so they could do this and have their anonymity. I'm going to speak up about it. So that'll spur them to start watching you. So they knew once, as soon as I hit that Craigslist ad, they could lure me out there. And he says I lured him out to the desert, but he's actually the one who picked the location. You can find that in the evidence because I tried to get him to deliver me the trailer out here and was going to pay him more. Unbeknown to me, when I showed up, it was him out there. And that's the way it went down. I thought everything was good. I drove away and ended up stopping right next to the road because I thought something was going on with my brake system. I had a flat tire earlier that week. It just wasn't pulling the trailer. Didn't seem right. So if I had taken something, I'd move way off the road, right? Get the hell out of the way, out of sight, out of mind. It just was parked right there. And all of a sudden, I was like, and when I said I got a bill of sale, and that cop, bang, he pulled that hammer back. I'm like, oh shit, my brains are going to be all over my son. So I shut up, and we all got arrested. And then like I said, my son didn't know what the hell to do, and he took charges for something. I'd asked him, man, why did you do, he said, Dad, I just want to be my girlfriend. I didn't know if I was going to ever see you again. So, I was like, he had never been in trouble in his life. Never got expelled from school. He's a good kid. Like I say, he was an excellent kid. I was a shit stick as a kid. He was a good young man. Never got one referral, never got kicked out of school, never got in trouble, played in sports off and on, homeschooled. He's a good young man. Good young man. He really was. A little different than other kids, but a little more advanced in a lot of ways. He could, talk. He could say the Lord's Prayer just a little over a year old by himself. People are so blown away. Like, that's incredible. He can say the Lord's Prayer. He was, I remember how old he was. He's not yet 2 years old, but he was still a year. And man, he loved saying that every night. He wanted to say it for sometimes for when we'd eat. I'm like, that's not prayer we say when we eat, but he loved the word, and he loved playing sports, and he was active, and he would just put himself to bed most time. People are like, God, he's up late. I'm like, well, like my dad, I can stay up as late as I wanted as long as I got good grades or passing grades in my case. But um, it doesn't affect his school. So that's what I told him. If you're tired and they say you're tired or you have problems in school, you're not going to stay up. And he just most time put himself to bed. And that's where a lot of times I would be in such a study mode and he'd be up. And he told me, I'm like, son, how did you learn some of this stuff? We hasn't talked about some of these things. And he's like, Dad, I've been watching and listening to you over your shoulder. Sometimes you get a little, and you don't realize I'm standing behind you, because I didn't try to push, things like that on him. Was watching a lot of things that I didn't even think were his, they're not kiddie things, but he wasn't like that. He was a little bit different. So still to this day, I'm going to continue to stand because he has nobody to advocate for him. And I'm telling you, I'm in this wonder dome where, a year ago they SWAT raided this house. And for him, for his protection under the right of self-defense, affirmative defense, justification, and excused defense, I have every right to protect him. And they've made some serious, serious mistakes. So I seek no vengeance on no man. I really don't. I'm not mad at, this morning was 3 o'clock I thought I was choking, like I said, I woke up like, it's more than a gargle. It was literally like my throat, it was all the way up into my throat, and I've never had that much fluid in my lungs. So I think it's getting worse, whatever happened to me from that tear gas. You'd think, it's been a year, it would hopefully subside, but I haven't fixed anything. Like I've never went in for the concussion. I never, uh, I just haven't been to the doctor. I haven't been to an optometrist. I didn't get my, it's like my eye, and you can, even right now, you can see this eye sits here and this eye is still sitting a little lower. They're not, in the same place. That's from the collapse of this side. I mean, good. I don't have all those wrinkles and stuff that I was having over here. And so I'm thankful again for you guys, because I don't know how I would do it without this ministry to be able to share. And I feel, my heart is not happy with the fact that, I've never had cursing in this ministry in thousands of hours. And then, a couple days before the SWAT raid, I think I just been pressed and pressed and pressed. And since then, it's just been very hard to control my tongue. Grenade to the face and a concussion is no excuse. I can still hear, although although I have that robot ear now, I can still hear. I'm thankful to even have hearing in the ear. It's like the vision in my right eye. I have all that sand and whatever hair or whatever it looks like, but you just get used to it, like wearing an earring or something. Somebody I'd forgotten that I got my belly button pierced in 1993. So that means I've had my belly button pierced for 32 years. Wow, time will get by sometimes, right? So, it's been a year since this, in 3 days, and this has just been wearing on me, because as a parent, I am going to continue to try to protect my son. I can't stop. Why would you, if you thought your parent, your son or your daughter was in danger, and it's both of them? So I've not been very well in the mindset these last few days. Not in the sense of I want to seek any vengeance. I just have been. It's these, I shouldn't think like that. That's why we're not supposed to go by a calendar and celebrate birth dates and celebrate, because it makes things harder. If you celebrate your birth every year, you're going to get older. If you stop celebrating that birth, I guarantee you're not going to feel as old. You're going to forget how old you are, and you're probably going to not quit aging, but you're not going to age like you would if you celebrated your birth. Every year you're 1 year older. That's a pagan, Satan, only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. So I'm thankful, Father, for the Scripture, because without that, I really have, had quite the struggle, and without faith, that one word alone, I don't really have a reason to live anymore. I don't want to be here. And Father will make that change for me, and it's okay. Like I said, I've had this struggle before, but when you come to 1 whole year, and your son is still in danger, and you can't do anything about it, you can't just, Yeah, we're not supposed to celebrate at all. Self, especially self. The birth of self is no, no. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. So not under this covenant. We are. He made it very clear that he's fulfilled all the rituals and all the celebration and all the dietary laws, all the customs, all that's all been. So we don't. The Hebrew word is froward. We'll twist and change and warp them again, and that's why he made it very clear. Don't add a jot or a tittle. And why he did all the things: the destruction of the physical temple, destruction of the physical law, no stone be left upon another, the fulfillment of all the prophecies, all that made the final. There's no prophecy. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They ate lamb. He became the sacrificial lamb. This is how this works. We do not celebrate Memorial Day, Martin Luther King Day, Mother's Day. These we don't celebrate. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. Actually, you should go to the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1, which would tell you that it'd be better to celebrate our death than birth. So people mourn death and celebrate birth. They got it completely backwards. And we're not supposed to celebrate anyways, just so you know. But on a day like Memorial Day, let's remember that. So either way, a book is what they call Bible. So yeah, idiots, they go after the word. He in the beginning was the word. It was all created with the word. Yeah, baby. You probably speak in translation, spill out man chowder out of your breath or something like that. I don't know what kind of bat soup you've been slurping on, or whatever alphabets you got flipping out of your face, and what order. That's the word cosmos, and orderly arrangements. So pretty silly, a sexagon, huh? There you are. I know, 6-sided sexagon. So, but that's okay. You and your Samaramis star, Ishtar goddess, had sex with her son. I apologize if that ever happened to you. I would never want that to happen to anybody. So don't touch kids. It's not okay. Keep your hands off kids. Muhammad was a pedophile, and the Quran was written by Catholics. So you see why priests can't keep their hands to themselves? Muslims are basically, those who go after the Quran are basically Christians without a sun god. Muslims, Catholics, Christians, Muslims, they're all the same thing. Yeah, don't touch kids. It's not okay to touch kids. Never touch kids. It's not okay. I don't care. I know Old Testament, but we're not under that Testament. Don't touch kids. And don't cut, Jill can't have Jack's button and Jack can't have Jill's pocket. That's not okay either. I don't know why people think that's okay. He doesn't want us cutting our head off and putting an eagle head on there either. That's paganism, like Egypt. And that's why he allowed the genocide of all these pagans that were here in Satanists that worship pole gods in the Americas, North America, that wandered in from south and from obviously over the ice bridge and the Asias and over there in Russia, and came over here and settled. Obviously, the Chinese were here in the 14th century as well. Christopher was 1492, so the ocean blue. And so that means he didn't discover America then, correct? Right. So they weren't native, they were Satanists, and that's why Father allowed the genocide of this nation. Hundreds of thousands, right? How many millions were slaughtered? Because they were pagans going after pole gods and worshiping, just like in Egypt, beast with heads of, beast and headed beast and man bodies, and just perversion, more Satanism, more cannibalism, more. Well, they weren't cannibalists. I don't think that the natives ate. That's paganism. Pagans didn't eat flesh. That's the Masse, Christ Mass Christians. They follow that ritual. Eat my body, drink my blood, crackers and grape juice. They eat the body, symbolizing eating the king of the orgy, their birth of their sun god, Mithra, at the time of Rome. Trump has his house decorated with that sun god, Apollyon. That's Bel, like his Katy Perry buddy, who wore that Baphomet upside down. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So she had the Baphomet, the Jezebel, the Baal in the grove. Baal is sun worship, grove is tree worship. People don't know any of these things. They're just an idiot. And so they celebrate the Mass, Christ's Mass. Christmas is the orgy, and February is the orgy king celebration of the god, or the one with the wolf, like Mr. Stinky Muskrat, Mr. EGOD, Doge. That wasn't hard to figure that out, was it? Oh, you got fair warning on this channel. We blew the trumpet early, right? I cannot blow the trumpet, sound the message horn at the time of an event. That would not give you enough time to honor as a blessing. Yeah, honor the day, honor the word, stay in the word, not the world. So every day should be a struggle. So don't parse your Reiki bull crap in here. He said too much the ellipsis. He said hados. He said long suffering. He said crucified. Carry your cross. Get out of here. Great. MAGA. Great. You can be great. Are you greater than? Great all the time? All we do is win, win, win. Get out of here with your easy peasy other Jeezy. Your Sex Pistol Cracker Jesus. It's a stick up. Let me see your deck of mine. Yes, every day I find my rest. I don't worship anything. I edify. He said, edify my Shem. You don't speak any Greek or any kind of Hebrew. You're an idiot. So go somewhere else until you can tell. Tell me what the word halakha is and Haggadah. If you don't know what that is, you don't know Christ, you don't know Jesus, you don't know Diddley. You probably know Diddy and big bath oil baby parties. You probably were there too. Can't help you. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. So what's halakha and what's Haggadah? Great. If you don't know what that, you don't know who Jesus Christ is. So 100%, I'm certain of it. That if you can't tell me what the word halakha is and Haggadah, you don't know Christ. Jesus is never written in these texts right here. Not one time is the letter J in any of these canonized. Means they defined every word in it. Defined. Yeah, not your own version. Is the letter J exists. There was no J in the Old Testament, and there's no J. So who in the hell is Jesus? Who's this Jesus you speak of, you idiot? I want to know. Christ is a pagan term. Look at this idiot. You want to see what an idiot? It's this great. Christ, never written in this book. That's a pagan term. You use pagan terms. See, he said, don't add a jot. Do you live on a planet? Great. Do you live on a planet? Great. Answer my questions. I've asked you too, and you can't answer anything. I have a moderator. I guarantee you're not going to get one more sentence out, and you will be moderated. Halakha Haggadah. What does that mean? Last chance. I'm trying to bring you to definition. You don't care? Get him out of here. They don't care about the halakha, the Haggadah. That's everything, brothers, sisters. That's why they killed Christ, because of the halakha. Christ is a pagan term, by the way. He wasn't a Christian. They were slaughtering Christians at the time of Rome. So he wasn't a Christian. He was a lion from the tribe of Judah. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches. Grow up. Stop being a child. There are 7 things in these books that he tells you to do, and you will be matured. That is the number of maturity, to be 7. So Jimmy Crack Corn and I don't care is not going to know anything, think I'm putting him down just because he's an idiot. Probably thinks the word idiot is because he doesn't know. I'm not trying to put him down. I was trying to show him to the light. If he defined what it is that I'd said, I could help him. No, I'm not God, Gray Wolf. God is a title. You're an idiot. We've got another idiot in the room. Wolf is the wolf god, like Satan, Apollyon, the one who had his mom had sex with her son. You birthed to the son, wolf god. You're an idiot, Gray Wolf. Did you know that about Lupercalia? Do you know anything about your name? They're gray, or are you just kind of in the middle, like white and black, kind of in the middle, kind of gray, a little hazy? Or that's called lukewarm, is what you might just call yourself, the lukewarm lone wolf. Wolf is the dog god, Satan. You're an idiot. Lupercalia, the sex god, members, goddess who had his wife, Semiramis, who had sex with her son. Now, I'm not sure. I don't want to say for certain whether Satan had sex with Tammuz, but I know his wife did. So what do you got to say about that there, lone wolf? God is a title. What does God mean? God damn it does not mean taking the Lord as a pagan term. His name, that was never written in the text. Lord or Christ, in vain means useless, worthless. So, see, you're all over the place. You don't even know what you stand for. You don't even know what's coming out of your face, your pie hole. I'm not putting you down. I'm giving you definition. Lupercalia is the wolf god, the one with the wolf. Look it up, Satan. Did you know that? I made you shave your beard. I need change, Randy. I need change. Remember, it was a whole year ago they SWAT raided this house and nothing has changed. So, I mean, there's been a lot of accomplishment out here, but in this legal case, you know, so you had to make some kind of change. So, no court date set or anything like that's, you know, I don't do that. I wouldn't even shave no court date anyway, so I wouldn't do that. I ain't appealing these courts. These courts are violated every right. I've been stripped of every right except for my first, and that makes people very mad when I speak. No allegations. I'm facing 6 felonies. They're cop charges. I'm a menace to the, not society, I'm a menace to the police. That's a 5-year prison sentence. That'll get you 5 years for menacing the police, harassing them, hindering pigs, and interfering with pigs. So there you go. There's people want to know the charges, like that makes any difference. Like, you care, but that's okay. I always say, what's the charge? What does your son do? What is it? It's okay. I'm not putting you down. You just, it's like a, oh, I got to know. Can you do something about it? You want to make my Cash App ring? I get an attorney or something. Instead, I had money and paid off the ministry. So pigs, people in government. That's what pigs are, right? Plural pigs, people in government, pigs. So it's not just clown cops. They're all pigs, but they don't operate in a, you know, judicial capacity. They're clown cops operating in commerce. Well, I haven't been called old man yet. Nobody's called me grandpa. I remember all the grandpas I get. So it is what it is. I haven't shaved my face since I was 17. You know, maybe I did a couple times because before I joined the military, but no, it's okay. I know people will get over it. I love having facial hair. I've always either had a mustache or a goatee or, you know, but yeah, hey, that is excellent. Look at this, Luis. Now, that's a tactful way to have a conversation, especially in the one in this regime. Oh, wait, he didn't say regime. He said administration. So, see what I'm saying? That's a good way to put it, man. I guarantee Luis and I could sit here and have a conversation. And he can have a conversation with somebody else and not just get them to, oh, my God, you like Biden? No, I don't like Biden. Oh, you like Trump? Red team, blue team. Good for you, Perez. Hallelujah, man. Thanks for that. Thanks for having, you know, the conversation, be able to have it in, you know, in an adult fashion. You can talk to people, you know, he had to speak in parables, brothers and sisters. I don't mean to go that, you know, but Perez is understanding probably you have to, hey, this administration, the prior administration, the 44th administration, you know, you can steer around sometimes in conversation and actually have a, okay, so why would we're going to show that. Why would they let you say that, Mr. Chopstain, Mr. Warp Speed? I'll let that say. I don't know why would YouTube hold that back? 2 witnesses, YouTube. What the hell is wrong with that statement? Donald Trump is one of the biggest swine. And he is. If he cared so much about pulling us out of Ukraine, then why just send another, you know, $100 billion over there? And we just funded by U.S. satellite those Ukrainian drones to go into Moscow. That's insane. Oh, I'm going to get out of here in 40. And then Mr. Peace President turned in Mr. War President, didn't he? Mr. Gemini. Say one thing and do something else. Why do I call him Mr.? Stop saying that. Don't call him. He's not a mister. He's a freaking tyrant pig. Just like he should be held up for war crimes for his reporting of the Geneva Convention crimes of Israel. Israel in this book is not that place over on that rock. I don't care what they do to this flesh. That's not Israel. All flesh. All flesh. All flesh under this covenant would be fulfilled. Not just some place over in the desert. All 180 of these continents, every single country's got the bride. A little bit of everybody. So not his special heavens, his ruling class, or not the earth, right? The rule. So no, we don't do Memorial Day. What are you happy about? All the killing of the women and children that were killed overseas so you can stand on an X, wear a face diaper and act like a child, have all our businesses shut down? Take your Warp Speed jab, drink your tap water, your fluoridated, chloridated water sprayed on your waxy, sprayed with bug vegetables, genetically modified boxed bag and canned crap that other countries won't even take. This country sucks. It's the worst country. It's the most unsafe country to be in the whole entire rock. They have an FBI, a Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, all the way up to the Department of Jackasses and all this intelligence. That's imbeciles and assholes, centralized. These people cloak terms like conspiracy theorists to try to get you to look away. Burn these American flags. Burn them. Burn every flag. Don't wave any flag. As soon as I can get out of here, if you think it's your country, I took a note to the Constitution. Keep pledging your flag to a country, right? Your allegiance to, I took a note to the Constitution, even your right. So pound sand, I still have a First Amendment right. You can kick rocks if you want to go back in time. You can kick those rocks till they turn into gravel. You keep pounding on those till they turn into sand. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Remember he said the rock where you started, he's the Petra. Some should be able to go live. That's what you think. Yeah, well, go start your own live stream then and make a whole protest about my channel here, right? My country. It's not your country, you idiot. Yeah, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Eat your bacon, your low energy swine. Enjoy your Second Amendment rights because Mr. Badman Orange is going to take them from you. Yeah. And they've already are you a dude? Are you a guy? You are the weakest American. You're going to see that if you're a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter, there are two wings to the same dragon. They both play lightsabers in their ice holes. They're both island boys. Mr. Trump's been to EpiPen Island. Correct? His phone pinged from his 58-story Manhattan Tower all the way, a 66 floor, 58-story tower decorated with Satan. Do you support Trump, Matt Woods? Are you lost? Could you tell the forest from the trees? I don't think so. Let's start with that. Are you a man? Are you sure? Okay, are you a dude? Do you know what posse comitatus is? Because if you ain't going to anything about the Constitution or anything about these constitutional rights, I'm not going to have you don't support politicians. What do you support? Hey, put on your jock strap. Look at you. Look at you. Aren't you wonderful? You're an athletic supporter. Supporting the team, are you? Guys, a jock strap. All right, anyways, we're just playing with your words. Well, James came to the right place. Canada is America. You guys have it worse up there just because you got Justin Trudeau. Remember that whole we'll take money out of your bank account because they weren't going to. A CDL driver said, hey, we're not doing this Jabadooski, warp speed that Mr. Largest drug dealer ever on this rock, Mr. Pfizer jab, creator of it in 8 months, the creator of the jab. So this is probably this. You got a stream, then just threaten to rape me. No way. That's insane. Stay out of that stream. What are you trying to tell us? You have an eye to see, an ear to hear. You see what I'm saying? You hear what I'm contemplating? Probably not. Most people don't get it. So I was speaking with this, oh my goodness, Matt, and his support of his jock strap. He's holding his nuts up with a strap or athletic. He's a team. He supports he's a country. He was talking about bacon and beer and bullets. I don't know. I don't think he knows his constitutional rights. I think he's an idiot. I asked him what posse comitatus is, and he couldn't answer that. So I don't know if he knows anything about the Constitution at all. He probably wore a face diaper. He probably drinks tap water. He probably drinks soda, probably smokes cigarettes, probably eats a lot of sugar, probably does a lot of things to bring his energy down. So I can't help people that don't want to help themselves. You are what you eat. Remember that? So, what was it? You? Who was it that? Oh, my bad. Maybe who was it that? As long as I have my guns, bacon, and beer, that was Glowy. Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry, Matt. That wasn't you. It was Glowy. The beauty of freedom. There's no such thing as freedom. You're an idiot. Veterans like myself, other veterans that have served before you, and maybe you aren't a veteran. I'm not sure if you have a DD-214 that has an honorable discharge or not. But freedom, you're an idiot. It's not veterans don't kill women and children in other countries so you can stand on an X. It is not about freedom, da-dum-dum-dum. They were about rights, constitutional rights, and the rights to choose. You're an idiot. Get out of here, glowy. Why would I die for someone else? My love of Lucifer. Moderators, get glowy out of here. There's two kinds of people on this rock, brothers and sisters, and I'm not telling you to give your life. Service to self and service to others. You'll know them by their fruit. Vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. You can't change these people, brothers and sisters. It's not possible. And vessels of mercy, goats and sheep. It's quite simple. Those who serve themselves and those who serve others. It's not hard to tell. I joined the military at 17 because obviously to serve others is what I've been programmed to do by Father. He made me this way. I couldn't help myself. I'm facing the rest of my life in jail because I'm standing up for my son, because he has somebody that needs to advocate him, or they're going to throw him in prison for the rest of his life and railroad him. But that could happen to me. But only if Father is allowed. I'm not. My fate is not sealed. I am destined, and it's already written. It's already chosen. So I'm not under the law of fate. I'm under destiny. It's not sealed. It's predestined. It's already written. So I like Eminem. No, he's a Gemini. He's a Gemini, because remember he said that he had his wife in the trunk or something like that, and that he was talking about dudes and how they were, how dudes with being with other guys was a bad thing, and it turns out he's the one that's a man chowder breath smoking pole. He's a Gemini, so he said one thing and did something else. It turned out he was a pole smoker the whole time, huh? He went to the Diddy party. I'm sure Chump was the one who paid for the bath oil. Right? The baby bath oil. He's the king of the oil parties. That must have been big bid, man. That was a hell of a bid, huh? It was a big party. He's a lot of Hollywood. So he had to pay for that oil. That's all I'm saying. So I don't like people who flip the script like that, say one thing and do something else. Remember? That's what a Gemini does. Well, I did. I got in some fights growing up. These fists been thrown, and I learned not to throw hands, but I've gotten quite a few in the day over. You're telling me you like Metallica and Michael Jackson? You like Duran Duran, Boy George, and Molly Hatchet? What? I like all kinds of music, but I like his music. He's there's a whole nother program between him. He's another Gemini, black or white. So, Lil Wayne, why do you think Donald Trump pardon Lil Wayne on his Mr. 45, guys? Come on. And then, he never said anything about kids, and sewing on Jill's button, wants Jack's button, and Jill wants his pocket. Didn't say anything, but he's flipping the script this time. He says, if you watch him, he says one thing, and most of the time he does complete opposite. I'm going to arrest Hillary Clinton. And she sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. I'm not going to take a salary, but he funneled how many hundreds of millions of dollars for swag? You know what swag is? Not like, smoking some brown frown from downtown. I'm talking about, I don't think that even exists anymore. But anyways, I'm talking about like keychains and buttons and websites and, Alex Jones with, the support of Hillary for prison and, yeah, websites. There was hundreds of millions of dollars of Hillary for prison. She sat as an inaugural dinner. That's how fast these chumps ride the train, got on their Kool-Aid, were slamming the hopium with the vomit and drinking the Kool-Aid with Mr. Warp Speed. Yeah, they're all in on it. Remember the QAnon, the underground kids? Kitty Touch much? They're all related to the Queen. They're all into that. That's sickening. And these people are, why do you think the Pen Island boys? Why was Mr. Chump's phone pinged from his 58-story Nimrod, decorated with Satan, Manhattan Tower, 66 penthouse, 58-story Manhattan Tower, from that phone to Pen Island, there's your Clintons, and back to his tower? Because he was in the black book. How many billions of dollars do you think it would take to have your name blotted out of that little black book? Remember Joe, his buddy? He put the bite in. They're both island boys. All of them. Remember Barry? He was a known homosexual, right? With his wife. Reggie, who actually came out and said he's a man recently in an interview. I can't, just outright said it. So he's not playing. Homie don't play that. He played for the Oregon State Beavers. Why do you think Barry, his name is not Barack. Barack was his uncle. Osama bin Laden, Barack Obama. What is going on here? They call me the scapegoat bin Laden. Bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals with the Bushes for more than a decade and a CIA trained operative. There we are with the intelligence. No, idiots and assholes centralized once again. Building 7, CIA headquarters, the man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Well, it's not Mike, it's Reggie. He played for the Oregon State Beavers. You can look it up. Why? I'm in Oregon, the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere, the only state in gematria that Earth's 33. The oldest clothing anywhere on this rock, whether Northern or Southern Hemisphere, was found in my backyard right over here. I could spit over there and the wind and dirt, dust devil blow it over there. Oregon is a very unique place. So when Mr. Obama came here during his 44th administration, like the One World Trade Center, which is 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down. Yes, it is. They knocked 3 steel buildings down with 2 airplanes. He's in on it too, but the man that's solely responsible is Mr. Oil, Mr. Baby Bath Oil, Diddy Party, paid for the bath oil, paid for the big bed, Mr. Chump himself with the dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower. Tower 1, Tower 2, those were built in 1973, erected to be dropped. There's never been a single fire in a steel high-rise building. Those buildings are made to take 5+ airplane hits and never fall down. There's never been one free fall speed building ever fall at. Nope. Never been one since, let alone 2 in one day to fall as not Tower 1 and 2, but building CIA headquarters 7. Remember, they came on the news and said it had fallen, and they decided to pull it. That's a term of pyrotechnics before it even fell, and then it fell in its own footprint and never was touched by Tower 1 or Tower 2 because they needed to drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes to create their transgender all-in-one. 4 up, 4 down is Barry. He signed the top of it. The we, WWW, we had somebody decode, right? We build back stronger. We what? What does it say? Like Joe Biden, they told you he was coming. Build back better. He put the Biden. Remember after the "you know I was a snake before you let me in" with the ring around the rosy virus? Corona. I come quickly. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. That king that's locked up in the pit, that's the one that Mr. Trump has his house decorated with. You better be careful. It's right there in front of your face. It's been there all along. The man who dropped 3 steel buildings to bring us under the most unpatriotic act ever was the Patriot Act. And now they're still touching kids at airports. And I said it's never okay to touch kids, and nobody gives a fuck in this country that they're still touching kids. And I blame that on Donald Trump too. So if you don't like people touching your kids, why don't you take it up with Trump and all his, come on, ride that train, that kid. All we do is win, win, win. That's all they do. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. Satan is the one he has his house decorated with. You see how ignorant Trump supporters are? They were changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last thump when Hillary sat at his inaugural dinner on his 4+5 is 9, 4+7 is election, selection, inauguration. So, see how that works? See, he came and visited Corvallis Research Stadium. There are NFL players, which is a tax-exempt corporation with their tax-exempt Hall of Fame. Imagine if you lived next to the stadium in swap meet in St. Louis or something. You're over there with the Rams or something, and you're an old lady and you don't care about football. You don't want anything to do with the stupid bowl. But you're going to pay taxes, and they're a tax-exempt. Scam, halftime satanic, stupid bowl shows, occult rituals every year. Taxpayers pay for that occultic ritual. Isn't that sickening? All these artists that pay these unfathomable amount of money to show up at these stupid satanic occult ritual shows. Tax-exempt corporation. Corporation is America is what it is. This is just like Rome, where at least in Rome, they set somebody in there with a lion. Now they're just like, oh, we'll just put these modern day Anunnaki in there and pay them unreally godly amount. They're like, like fairies in tights running around chasing a low energy swine skin, and we'll do occult rituals and bet on these. But hey, see, remember We've had NFL players come to Autzen Stadium and say, we ain't even got stuff like this in the NFL. Remember Mr. Knight, Phil Knight, like kitty tennis shoes, you know, Michael Jordan, Space Jam, Marvin the Martian much? He'd been programmed, so programmed. You didn't even see it at Mr. 23, 923. There you go, 23, very important date. The secrets to the universe are 3, 6, and 9. 3, 23, 6, 23, and 9, 23. Does that mean anything to you? Probably not. That's okay. You don't know. You hold out on another time. It's not 2025. Like bookends, you know. I, beginning and the end. I am the Alpha and the Omega. You think it's 2025? Who told you that? No. It's not 2025. You're a Gregorian lunatic, and you go by lunacy. And stop letting these people twist. That's forward, warp, or change. Godspeed or warp speed to you, huh? If you had to choose between insurance. So, all right. So I went off on this because this is what I have, brothers and sisters. This is what I cling to every day is this. And I'm not talking to you if you're not my brother and sister. It's probably fallen on deaf ears. So I generally don't let people call me brother or sister because how do I know you're my brother or sister? Do you celebrate? You're not my brother or sister. Are you celebrating Memorial Day? You're not my brother or sister. Do you go out and do you suffer because you go out and show people that we're not supposed to celebrate? Then you're not a disciple of Christ. He stood up to what was known as the halakha and the haggadah. I asked somebody that earlier. And I tell you right now, you shouldn't say anything about what's in Scripture if you don't know what the word halakha and haggadah is. If you don't know those two words, you should never say anything about what's written in this Scripture. This is the word Bible. This was never in this form until the time of Rome, Constantine, where they canonized and took out and defined at the Council of Nicaea. So you probably have no idea what you're talking about. This is a Hebrew Bible. This is Hebrew. This is an interlinear Hebrew accepted. There's 53 canonized books. They took 22 of these out because they weren't aligned with definition. This has Hebrew, see? Hebrew and Greek. Hebrew, right? And in the New Testament, right? The Hebrew word to change or to twist is called froward, F-R-W-O-R-A-R-D, froward. That's the English word for the Hebrew word to warp, to twist, to change, or to pervert. That's what most people do because they won't study their lexicon as a dictionary in English, or they won't use what I have here as a concordance. This takes out every word out of that book and separates it and the sentence it's written in, so you know who said it and how many times and where it's said. I've spent 30 years of my life studying, and I'm still studying these books daily. He said, be in the word, not of the world. Okay, you can use modern day such things. If you don't own a lexicon, you can use e-sword, and you'll see that in the Hebrew, you'll see that H, and in the Greek, you'll see the G. No, I'm not Talmudic. I don't follow the Targum or the Talmud. Absolutely not. That is the other Agape that they created, their halakha and haggadah, as I said. I don't follow the halakha or the haggadah. I go by this New Testament, and the Talmud and Talmudic is the Jews, which are fake. As it says, Israel in the book of the Apocalypse, as I, as pastor, Apocalypse, pastor, Revelation, I minister this gospel through the ellipsis, through this interlinear, this book that you call, it's a Bible, is book. That's the word book. It was written on stone. You must be stoned or something. I don't know you're on some kind of tap water or taking some kind of drugs because you're medicated and you're out of your mind. You need to read these words one word at a time if you're going to understand by definition what it is that you're reading. Otherwise, you're just speaking in translation. You can't take Hebrew, translate it into Aramaic, and then in English, it gets lost in definition, translation. No definition. The definition, you need to use a lexicon, Hebrew, lexicon, Greek. This is an old Jewish book right here. written in Greek, old Jewish book written in Greek. And if you're not studying like Oligos, know a little bit of Greek, you probably don't have any idea what you're talking about. You don't need to be fluently speak either of these languages to know what you're talking about either. So don't be intimidated. But unless you're studying by the number, see, that's coded with a Strong's Concordance by the number. This is the accepted text. There's only one version of Scripture. One version of Scripture that's accepted. The only reason they accepted this is because they pulled every word out of it and defined it. It's not, nobody's going to come against this gospel. That's not possible. He said, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor, because he writes this gospel on the heart of the bride. People can come in and try to penetrate this because it's defined. And most people don't define anything that's coming out of their face. No definition. 99% translation comes out of their face. Very few people who know what they're saying. Even like in the Hebrew language, every letter has value, frequency. This is all taken off the toroidal field. The toroidal, why do you think they call it the Torah? You don't know anything about phonics. You don't know anything about dialectus or tongue or gloss. It's foreign, and that is the word alien. An alien isn't a being. Alien doesn't exist in any kind of physical form. That's not what an alien is. That there's no aliens in the scripture. Where do people come up with aliens? I don't know. The same way they come up with the word planet. Same way where they come up with a word that was never once, ever one time written in scripture. It was later introduced way after, just one time now, and that is the word Lucifer. That's not a word. There is no such thing as Lucifer. That I could say, that's the same word. It does not exist in scripture, but yet these people have made up genres. I'm Luciferian. Lucifer is the morning. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. You're an idiot. You fall for anything. They let you fall for one word that doesn't even exist anywhere ever in any text, even not ones that were canonized, like the two Enochs. There's not just one Enoch. You're an idiot. There's two, and two different authors to two different Enochs. You know, you've been going by some other gospel that it speaks about. Paul said another gospel. And that's what 99% of this world is going by, another gospel. Catholics do it, Christians do it, Presbyterians do it, Protestants do it, Baptists, Southern Baptists, there's not one good religion. Not one. I would not send you to one single house made by hands, because I would give you his word as my instructions. That's what I'm supposed to do. He said twice that the Most High does not dwell in temples or houses made by hands. The Most, M-O-S-T, H-I-G-H, the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. He's not in a temple. Your body is a temple, is what he told us. So you don't go to church. It was the church who hung Christ, and you want to be hanging out in a church. Good for you. So what do you think of the Nephilim? There is no such thing as the Nephilim. The word Nephilim in the lexicon means holy. It's not the word Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki were in the land of Anak. In the land of Anak were the giants. Nephilim does not have anything to do with how tall somebody is in inches or feet. So that's not a giant. And the word Nephilim is not the word messenger or angelos in the Greek. Same word, same meaning, like bis and busos and bathos all mean bit knowledge. That is the word hell. People think hell is a place. Hell is not a place. Hell is the word bis or B-U-S-O-S, busos or bathos. Those all three mean knowledge. So that is hell. Hell is knowledge. Hell is no knowledge, is what hell is, by definition. The A negates. He said, I am the Alpha, or the Aleph, or the leader. I am the Alpha in the beginning and the Omega the end. The Alpha in Greek negates the word that follows. You know that big red circle? Cancels out. In the A, it negates the word that follows. So hell is bis abyss. He said, my people shall perish for lack of abyss. I will put them in the abyss. That means they're going to strip you of every bit of knowledge that you have. But you won't define anything. You think hell is a place. You think heaven's above your head, and you're an idiot. Heaven is not above your head. Shut the... I rebuke you. Earth's not below your feet. We don't live on one... What time did the scripture ever say the word planet? Like it doesn't say Lucifer. Never once in scripture does it say the word devil. What the hell is a devil? Remember, hell's not a place. Hell's knowledge. Hell's no knowledge. Devil is the word that has now been replaced from the word prior was the word demonion. Demonion. A demonion is what you call a demon or their deities. That was a compliment. They used to pray and offer burnt offerings of an orgy, sex-marinated flesh man of a week that they would eat him on the 25th of December, their sun god Apollyon, for their Masse ritual. This is what they celebrate today as Christmas, and they would eat his body on December 25th. Their Masse, their king of the Yule wheel festival, where they thought a goddess of heaven was spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. They thought the sun was dying, and they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sea. This is what we're doing today. These people are idiots. So there's no such thing as evil. Nugs Bunny, don't be blasphemous. Father created evil. You're an idiot. Stop talking. And here, I won't allow you. I thought maybe you knew something in economics, but you didn't even answer me earlier what money was. So I don't even think you know what nugs are. You've probably spoken some of them space rocks. You're on that stick to your ass Velcro pot or whatever I don't know what it is. It's not natural. I can tell you that. It's been genetically modified. So I think either that or you're on the top wire or the booster because you don't know economics and you don't know diddly. I think you might know Diddy. Careful. Father created evil. You're an idiot. So stop talking in here, okay? You're interrupting now. You don't know economics and you don't know evil. God created evil. Father created evil. He created all things. Stop being an idiot. Once again, I repeat that one more time because now you're not. If you speak up and you reject that, then you're brutish in nature. You're a brute beast is what Christ would call you. You have an unwillingness to learn. You're stubborn, act like a mule, and you act like an ass in front of everybody. So stop acting like an ass. Don't speak up. Don't speak up with the defining what the hell is not knowledge. You have not any knowledge of what you say. And I'm refining you with the word. I'm not attacking you in any way, shape, or form. Father creates all things. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as fortunes. Remember, they used to offer burnt offerings so they could commune to try to communicate with their dead ancestors for fortunes. You're an idiot. Stop talking. That's the truth, baby. That's the word aletheia. You don't like it? Don't let the door of the good Lord as a pagan term split you. You use all these terms today. I don't. I did, but I refine. I define what's coming out of my face. I'm not attacking you. This is what I was told to do. Guard my commandments, he says. 2 John and 6, love me, to walk and follow in the commandments of God. I took a note to the Constitution. I'm a veteran. You can't tell me not to serve. I know what it is to serve. So you can't serve two masters. He warned about Mammon, Jezebel, and the Most High God. So stop it. You're serving your own master, your own self. That's the word Nephilim. You're an idiot. Beast, Nephilim. Nephilim is a bully. Remember? Brutish in nature and unwillingness to learn, spreading bullshit. Lies, distributes to others. Fortunes. That's the word demon. Demon is a bully. It's a liar. I've been a Nephilim. You've been a Nephilim. We've all done it. Come out of her, my people. Stop adding to his word. You add a jot to his word, you are what is defined as a Nephilim. Because you're pushing your crap on somebody else, telling you it's true. And that's not. And even 99 truths and one lie is a lie. Somebody asked what something was a ultimate sin or something. A sin is a sin. So don't come in here and be a Nephilim. Nephilim means bully. Use your lexicon. Stop trying to bully people with your own idolatry, your own idols, your own version of the word. And that's what happens. Christ left that very clear when he left this rock. Don't add a jot. And now they've created a planet. They got planet of the apes. Barrel of monkeys going up in this world right now. Everybody adding all these versions of the word. He warned Paul's writings another gospel. And that's what you speak. So don't add to the word. I'm telling you, I'm only trying to do because I've made this mistake over and over myself. The first people he deals with when he comes back is anybody who adds to his word. So if you don't know what halakha is and agata, stand down. Stand down. Learn. Go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. Watch Brother Ross's comments here in the section. He'll use the scripture to define you, to refine you. As it says in the book of Timothy, we reprove the word with each other. That is your mother. That is your instruction. That is the tree of bis to help instruct you to find your way to the Father through the word itself, not by men, but by refined men and women under this covenant. Jews and Gentiles, men and women. Hold these men accountable, ladies. They are not, as man used to be head of the household. You have a voice. Mary declared that Christ had risen, hallelujah, and gave you that voice. Not one above another. You treat a woman's body, even in Deuteronomy, like you treat the church, like you treat your own. So I don't want to hear this mistreating a woman. A woman was to be subservient to the man when it came to the teaching of the gospel, and that's it. Not get me a beer, bitch. It's not what that meant. You're a Jezebel. And don't be using that either. You ladies, you better get that house clean. I'll be playing this World of Warcraft or Call of Duty. Them women will spank you online. If you ain't getting none of that, honey. You're acting like a Jezebel. Seriously. Women do it too. Jezebel's a spirit, not a, making him clean the house and watch the kids while you're online playing a video game all day and work his butt off all day. Just get a little piece of something. That's a Jezebel spirit. Some of you ladies do this to men. You act more like men, I know, than them, but that ain't right. He designed us to be equals under this covenant. And it was only subservient when it meant to a woman as a helpmate to man. We are supposed to be there as a team together. He's the tie that binds two together, like it talks about in modern Corinthians and Paul's writing in Old Testament and Deuteronomy, where Moses, again, on these laws were written. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, on how he is the tie that binds two people together. He is the one, no matter the distance, that makes that bridge between that gap. That's why he put that head of household as a man. These women do not realize in Old Testament days that the massive responsibility it was to stop and allow the husband to teach this, so that when he was gone, she could teach that to the children. Not make up her own version. Listen to the text, because she couldn't even speak in the temple, in the church. So he was head of household. He would teach her. It was her responsibility to teach the children. That's why Ahab married Jezebel. She went after Baal in the grove, sun and tree worship, and God split the kingdom for that, because he doesn't want us yoking with somebody who is not in the same narrow way. That's the sons of God came into the women of Med story right there. That's it. It's not a story. That is a historical event that took place. They have turned that into aliens, crackers and grape juice, giants, fallen angels, and that has nothing to do with the sons of God. The sons of God are those that do the will of the Father. That is your mother. That is your instruction. So you have to be doing the will of the Father to be a son. You should explain this to your family members and say, hey, look, you're not my family, just so you know. Huh? What? Well, my family is my father. My mother is my instruction, which is my brothers and sisters. These are going to be the people I be with after I die. You want to be with me after I die? Because this is your family, according to what it talks about your family, like a woman leaves, her family, and the husband becomes, this is talked about in these books, right? Because then he teaches her as it was her father who taught her dad, not her father, right? And it would be the word that would be teaching you. That's why we're supposed to use this to teach each other, not our own opinions. That's why we define what's in this book. See, and this is what the same thing, if you watch in scripture, he divorced his bride Israel for cheating on his agape in the Old Testament. They went after gods in the sky. Ahab married Jezebel. He was not going to have this. She taught these children this Jezebel worship, this Baal in the grove worship, and it spread like wildfire throughout the northern 10 kingdoms, brothers, sisters, these Sumerian tribes and all this. And God had seen enough, and he split the kingdom into two. That left the southern tribes, Jeremiah and Judah, and the northern tribes where they gave up their power and authority to the beast that it says in Scripture. It says the 10 horns gave their power. This is, you might not know what that meant, but that's what that's saying. The 10 horns. A horn is a mount or a trump or a power. So the 10 horns, like they would blow the ram's horn, that horn or power was the 10 tribes, not that left. Remember, all the other, there were 12 of them, and that left Jeremiah and Judah. Now, they eventually succumb all this, they were told to go into the wilderness after that and scout out. The wilderness was the land of Anak. See, that is where the Anakin, no, not Anakin, Anunnaki, not Anakin Skywalker. See, this is where they mix this story with television to make these people think that the sons of God have come somewhere out of the sky. A son of God is doing the will of the Father. A fallen angel is not. A fallen has fallen from the heavens because they're not doing the will of the Father. The heavens were the ruling class. The earth was the ruled. So the term Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven, doesn't mean above your head. That's not what heavens is. But people, you walk down the street, you ask people where heaven's at, where's God at? This is the same exact thing that was happening at the time of Rome. We're doing it again. You know what I'm saying? We're doing it again. So we have to be very careful not to add anything to his book. He's very, very, very clear in saying the last thing he left us and said that if you add to this book even the jot, the smallest of the like punctuation, a period, or a comma or tittle, you receive all the written plagues that are in Revelation. They're in these books, brothers, sisters. And if you take even the smallest letter or like a yod, or you take anything from my book, even don't give it your opinion. Don't add your opinion. Don't add your own translation. That's idolatry. If you add to this book, you'll receive all the written plagues. If you take away, I'll blot your name out of that book of life. Your name could have been already written from the foundation of the world, but by self, your name will be blotted out of the book of life. You did it to yourself. You sent yourself to hell. Imagine that. He didn't do it to you. But you were already chosen as a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. He already knew it, because Father creates all things. So you can have your name written in that book of life. And remember, in the book of Colossians 2:14, he blotted out all the laws of flesh. So he makes amendments, just like there are, First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment. We have all these amendments in our Constitution. He made amendment to that Old Testament, blotting out all the laws of rituals, celebration. It's Memorial Day. I hope you are not celebrating. If you know anybody celebrating today, they are a Satanist. We are not to celebrate anything, because we always, Hebrew word, forward, twist, warp, pervert, screw it up. That's why he demanded, don't add a tittle, don't add a jot to my book. I will blot your name out. He makes it very clear. Under the Old Testament, the wages of sin was death, one. You're the reason World War II started. Well, that's Hitler. Remember the one who's locked up in the pit, the seventh king? He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. So I don't think I had anything to do with World War II. Now, obviously, I'm a veteran and I served in the 90s, but we won't talk about that right now. That's all right. It is what it is. He said, come out of my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. Put the light on them. So I put the light on myself. And don't hide that. So we're not supposed to have any kind of a defense outside of our own walls, brothers, sisters. We can defend ourselves. Father's not going to just let you get walked on. Turn your cheek, he said. This is the turn your cheek gospel. The 7 times 70, the 490 gospel, the 7 times 70 gospel. Somebody tell me why we have to turn our cheek 490 times. I know why. I said it on the live stream last night. This discovery is beautiful. That's why we go over this word again and again and again. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive. He will reveal revelation. Why 490 times? Why must we? I did the math for you. Why are we the 490 meek generation? He didn't say weak. God used to require war, blood, sacrifice, eye for an eye. Somebody came and killed your brother. You could go make a plan, sneak in his house and kill his brother. It was eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's not this testament anymore. What's 490 mean to you? They're not another ministry tithing this to you. If you want to tithe to me, put a comment about it back. Hit the thumbs up button. There's links in the description if you want to do a monetary tithe. But I don't need your money. Give me some more of your time. What do you got? See these? I have all my teeth. I don't do meth. So 490 generations. Well, it was the 490 years. Thank you, JW, for your comment. That they did not let the life fallow in rest. 490 years. Remember, there was 7 Shemitah cycles of 7, 4, 9. So it had been 10 of those cycles without that Jubilee year. Because remember, on the 7th year, they let the land lie fallow. You're supposed to rest on the 7th day. Like the land rest, we rest on the 7th day. That's the day of rest. He rested on the 7th day. Wow. Let's turn that off. What time is it, guys? Or maybe that sun's going to come over there. All right. Hey, let me go check my solar panel here. I see it's working. I did burn up some making ice earlier, but the sun, I don't have both panels. So let me see. It looks like it's working. I don't know if the sun is over this side or not yet. So give me 1 second. I'm going to go check my solar system. Not sure why it's. But it's 490 years that they did not let the land lie fallow. So we're paying for that right now. We didn't do it then. And so he's going to make sure that for 490 times in your life, if somebody strikes at you, you don't go after them. It sounds nearly endless. That's all here in their lifetime. I don't think any one of us, hopefully we don't get tested 490 times where somebody strikes at us and makes us want to go back after them. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So only here will you hear the term spiritual calculator. Only here on High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries will you hear that term, the 490 gospel, the 7 times 70. 70 weeks of Daniel is not what this is, but that's the 1260 by the number of the 70 weeks of Daniel. But 490, think about that. That's a long time, 490 years, right? They did not let the land lie fallow and rest. They continue to grow on the land. Pretty amazing. Father allowed that to go on for so long. He's merciful. You're only hurting yourself when you do that, though, brothers, sisters. The reason that land is let lie fallow is so when it has time to rest, so it can nutrient grow with that soil. It needs to have those birds come in and poop on it and the land and rework the land, with the letting the livestock and let it naturally bring its own nutrient back. And that's what happens. Actually, I remember in the 1980s in this country, they had announced that they had burned up all the nutrients in the Midwest and they were going to start using this chemical farming. And that was the introduction of what we now know as, Monsanto and the genetically modifying and the glyphosades and all this. Not, it's quite, that's correct. 70 weeks equals 490 days. Yep, that is because that's 70. Yep. You know what I'm saying? You got it, Ross. You guys, I love that. And then the 70 weeks, when you add up the actual weeks, is the 1200s. It's so biblical. I love this. 70 weeks equals 490 days. This is because there are 7 days in a week. 70 weeks multiplied 7 days for 4. See, 70 weeks times 70 days This is because there are 7 days in a week, and 70 weeks multiplied by the 70 days is more. So that is what somebody put earlier is endless. Pretty much. It covers every day of the week. Thank you, Brother Ross, for making that clear. This is something we're supposed to do every day. You're going to get pushed every day. You want to strike back at this world. Well, America is an extension. If you think about it, with the Vatican, with that, phallic symbol, the Washington Monument, and you look at that, and you look at the structures of the White House and the columns, and you look at the head and the eagle coin, like on our coinage. This is just an extension with the Vatican of Rome. Whether people like it or not, Rome really never died, in a sense. And that's what we see over here with the Washington District of Criminals, right? I mean, the DC, right? Oops, I didn't do that by mistake. I did it on purpose. I'd be lying to you if I tell you that ahead of time I knew I was going to say it. So there we go with the Vatican. Thank you, Brother Ross. And that's just how they do it. And what do all the churches follow? They follow Pope. Unless they're like Hindu or something like that. Communion, Christians, Catholics, Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, 7-Day, they all go after this crackers communion Pope. They all do it. And now you guys got your American Babylonian Pope, baby. Yeah. Did you see the new Pope already, guys? This is unbelievable. I cannot believe what they just did. This is, guys, you couldn't be any more blasphemous than this Francis. Here we go again. Who was the Pope at the time of Rome? What was the name of the Pope when Rome fell? Supposedly, because Rome really never fell, but it was like, Russia that kind of collapsed in on itself. They did that on purpose. Yes, they did. Francis. So, and I've actually seen some images. I can't remember who it was today, but they've got pictures of Pope Francis alive. They've got him alive. Already he's out there in public, and they've got it's either his doppelganger. He's out there, kind of like they seen Mr. Jackson. I'm so sorry, Mr. Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there we go. Okay. It's like we're starting to charge back up. Right. And it was healed. So, Rome, thank you so much. Look at what Brother Ross, knocking it out of the park, man. Knocking it out of the park. The deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture was that Constantine saying, oh, crap, I'm going to lose my empire to these Vandal Gothic tribes. I'm slaughtering Christians, and they're going to beat me to this. They're going to overrun my empire. I better do something quick. He wrote up what was known as the Edict of Toleration. He allowed all this paganism of these pagan gods and symbolism with the Ankh and all these cross, all this symbology, the nook inside the church, and all this, Mary and Horus and Isis, and rebranding what we know as modern day Christianity or Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed, because they follow this communion. This is in Scripture, absolutely. The deadly head wound that was outlawed and said, we are not to. Remember, the two pontiffs said, we are not doing this. This is Satanism. This is paganism. They called it paganism back then, but this is outlawed. They said, we're not doing this. We're not allowing this in the church. And Constantine would thought, hey, I'm not going to be able to keep this empire too much longer. These guys are slaughtering these Christians faster than I am. I've got to do something quick. So he said, all right, I'll tell you what. We'll get all you Christians, and we'll get all you, pagans, and we'll put all you in one house, and we'll call it Catholicism. And we'll write up this toleration, this edict where this says we'll get along, we'll tolerate your pagan gods in our church. If you stop slaughtering Christians, we'll stop slaughtering Christians, and we'll all just get along. Tolerance, baby. That equals, and that they do that, whatever, or that, I don't know what that's called, but that is known as the Edict of Toleration, and that is modern day religion, brothers and sisters. Whether you understand, you go to these symboli in these churches, and they got that phallic symbol at the top, the steeple, and they got their crosses like their unks and their Statue of Liberty, all this, it just is so in the face. But people aren't going to see it. They don't know that this ever happened. And they think it's okay to go in these churches when it was the Pharisees that hung Christ. Remember, Pontius Pilate, he didn't want to hang Christ. He didn't want to, it wasn't him that was demanding that he be crucified. It was the church, the modern day Catholics, of the day, the Pharisees. And here people are going into churches, house made by hands. Yep, the edict of toleration, and said, look, we'll tolerate your pagan gods in our Christian church, but we need to get along here, guys. Come on, let's just stop killing each other. He did that because he thought he was going to lose his ass, brother and sister. He thought he was going to lose the empire. Remember, they were both slaughtering Christians. Both these pagan, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with this Baal in the Grove. Remember, Esau killed his brother. These people have no problem with whacking a dude and eating them, touching kids, doing all that. They're sick individuals. Why do you think there's these 8 families that have been able to keep this wealth for so long? If you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Yuck. Kitty touch much? See? They know what they're doing, though, brothers, sisters. They are definitely wise group. I don't know why they haven't lost their, we see when family sleeps with family, normally they get a little dee, but somehow they seem to, well, that's maybe why they think the way they do and have no moral standard and don't believe in, the put the actions on such things as like karmatic gods that, well, we told them and they didn't do anything, so we pushed the snowball down the hill. Hey, get out of the way. We're going to push the snowball. They put it in the, they put it in the Simpsons. They put it in cartoons, right? They put it in Adult Swim. They put it in schooling. You get stung by the spelling bee. You start spelling curses and cursives. You go with the flow. We went to the moon, right? You put your currency in a bank. You become a good slave. This is what it does to you. This is what religion does to people, brothers, sisters. Christ is a pagan term. Lord is a pagan term. You just took 2 pagan terms that were never written in these books right here. So just so you know, those 2 words that you just put, never written in these books. Neither Christ nor Lord were written in these books. So I don't know who you are talking about. Christ means anointed and oil. What does Lord mean? Lord is a title. God is a title. So they added the word Lord to Scripture, and he said, don't add a single letter, don't add a period. And now this person said Lord. If you use the English translation or transliteration, you'll see that it says many Christ. Many will come in my Shem. It doesn't say name, it says Shem, but we'll use what your English says. It says many will come in my name saying they are Christ. So which Christ are you speaking of? Lord is a pagan term. Is your Christ a pagan Lord? Careful what you speak there. You guys use terms that he warns you of not using. You're adding to his book. This is the last thing. Don't take me seriously. I don't care what you do. It don't matter to me. This is what I have to do. I have to share this light with others. He said, be charitable. If you love me, love is patient, love is kind. It does not boast. It is meek. And most of all, it is charitable. So I'm just giving you the light back. Do you use the Hebrew text? Yes, Hebrew right here. Hebrew text. Yes, I only study the Old Testament in Hebrew. Now I have the English there, right there with that. Isn't that nice? And the transliteration over here. By the number, I can study it 1 word at a time. So absolutely. June. There's another month that they, all these calendar months, it's kind of Augustus Caesar. So what it says, I am the Lord by thy God. What are the right words? Well, JW, you have been with this channel long enough. You should have a interlinear Texas Receptus by now. It has the Hebrew word. So you need to know what the Hebrew word is, and you need to be able to read and study the Hebrew. So go to your text. And what you can do right now, which you can use this right now, you don't have to have these except books. be careful because these weren't canonized, but you can go on the eSword if you don't have a lexicon, and you can study every word you just gave me. See, if you study the definition, it won't matter. You will still get the same version that I have in this book, but you have to study by definition. And in Greek, you can find out if it's male gender, meaning it's a man, or it's feminine gender, it's a female, or it is neuter gender, meaning that it has no gender. It's actually it's a be, it's a painting on a wall. It's a system. It's not an actual physical being of man gender or feminine gender. It's an actual non-gender, not actual physical male or female. And that really helps you when you start studying things like this, because you're going to see things like in some scripture, it's going to say he gave his power and his authority to the beast. And there's more than one beast. He gave his power and his authority. My scripture doesn't say that. The scriptures here say it gave its power and its authority to the beast. And that it is going to be this it corporation that's going to give it over to China. The beast, the dragon, the one that in Revelation 12 was going to be there to consume the child. That's why I've been bringing this up to you over and over again, and been doing this decode with you. So when this happens, you will not be alarmed. You'll go, but Pastor Revelation was talking about that for so long. You know what I mean? Well, yes, here it is, what I'm speaking of. And the dragon in Revelation 12 will be there to consume the child. This is this same, again, they're going to pre-play this over and over. Hold on, let's see. The puppy's barking. My alarm clock's going out. They're barking at me. What you guys are barking at? I wonder what you guys are barking at. Like it, boys? Are you getting a drink? Good boys. Let's turn this on here. Put more light on the subject. This house looks like lung cancer. All right. Well, so I'm gonna give you a little scenario. I'm not gonna stay on here forever. About what I think easily they're gonna show you what's gonna happen here. If they put you in one of these camps like these Walmart camps, whether you think you're going to go in this Walmart camp or not, I think there's 14 of you, and I think 13 of you will go in the Walmart camp. Now, again, I woke up this morning with, it's been kind of a tough day for me. So, but I'm trying to make the best of this day. But it hit me pretty hard about Elon Musk being involved in these boarding companies. And why is he making drilling underneath the United States? I mean, there's already been there's chasms underneath this ground that people have been dodging these solar cycles for millennia. Okay. There are massive underground cities that nobody talks about and out of sight, out of mind. And they have been building, FEMA facilities for decades. They've been, since the 80s, they've been taking tax dollars from the U.S. tax dollar and use this same technology in the 80s to nuclear fuse the dirt and, elements underneath your feet to form a literal glassing of the, it literally cauterizes, if you will, and seals a hole, a glass hole underneath our feet. And this has been going on for, like I said, thousands of years. There's been solar cycles where the sun emits solar energy and it really starts crushing this rock. And I'm telling you, this is what they're getting ready for, because in 1859, we had a Carrington event that, whacked this rock's magnetic protection. And in 1900, it reversed. It started going to the west. It turned 180 degrees and started heading back in an easterly direction. And since that day, that weakening of that magnetosphere has been a continuing thing. Now, you don't want to think about it. You want to forget about it. You say, well, that's not going to happen in my lifetime. Well, it's been happening since the 1800s. And we truly are reaching that apex. We have been getting slow latitude auroras with very little proton bombardment through the magnetosphere. The mechanics of our magnetosphere are screwed, brothers and sisters. And they know this. And they can't repair it. This is what these hadron colliders are about. The largest cooperation to show you how serious they are about this event. We war with each other. We got all these nations, like there's Pakistan and India, China's got all whatever, Iran and Israel and Russia. And, we are all in cooperation and contribute to the largest hadron collider in Switzerland. They're not smashing atoms together. That is called fusion, okay? Trying to find the God particle. Shut the hell up. You don't know any idea what you're talking about. And they've got the public, brothers and sisters, if you look what that is, there is a massive magnet. The largest magnet ever. I mean, this is the largest man-made structure, not the megalithic structures that have been built here before with frequency and sound waves, not combustion, but sound. Sound. They can literally separate silver from the rock with sound, but they don't want you to know that. You wouldn't need all these chemicals with sound. But these hadron colliders are not fusing atoms together to try to make some God particle. What this does is this uses the energy of the sun. This is why it's in a circular form. It gets this. That is 5G whiz. Whether you understand what that is or not, that's 5G whiz. That's what 5G does. That's exactly what it does. I don't care what you think you know. That was patented by the United States Navy, and it is a military grade, as a weapon, and it's part of their system that they use for defense, protective armor defense. Because, again, if you took a magnet, where'd that magnet go? Like a round magnet, obviously, and you coiled this with copper, and you spun that in a circle, it's going to make what is known as a toroidal field. And notice the Hebrew language is created off this same toroidal field. Frequency. Each vowel, there's no vowels, right? Each letter in Hebrew has a frequency. Vowel, it was taken off the toroidal field. So if you spin this magnet with copper, and if you look what that Large Hadron Collider is, that main thing, that is when they fire that up, what that does, it creates a magnetosphere that they said that's like 10,000 times stronger than our magnetosphere. They're not hiding it, but they're hiding it in plain sight. That's what the Hadron, and that is not the only Hadron Collider. That is the largest of the one that's in Geneva, Switzerland. I can't remember, what is it, 22 miles or something. But that's, brothers and sisters, they're harnessing the energy that comes in through the solar energy. Do you know what a tele-electron volt is? Maybe not. It's an electric, brother says it's a generator. in layman's terms. They fire that up, it spins that around, and it creates a magnetosphere that pushes on ours in our atmosphere, and they can hold that. I've even watched that on the magnetogram where it will collapse the backside of our atmosphere, the magnetosphere, and allow that energy to come in from the backside. I've never seen that happen until they fire this thing up. So it literally can puff up our magnetosphere, but it can also collapse our magnetosphere. You've probably never seen any of this stuff, but there's all these graphs. There's so much information if you just use the tools that you have to study properly. Again, this is an 1800. That's not new. This isn't a new subject. This has been happening. It's an ongoing event. Ones that chairs, crowds will start to leave. You feel it in your boat. Yep. So this Hadron Collider, brothers and sisters, is to protect ourselves from this energy. They know there's going to be an event in a cycle. That's why they're calling it their super cycle in their golden age of wonders. And here's this auroral activity that I'm showing you. They know of this. This is why they put this on the U.S. debt calculator. No, this is a complete. If this magnetosphere was at 100%, this would go, right? This would wrap around. This is just a visual of what they're showing. Notice it doesn't wrap around here. Why does it stop right there? Because this magnetosphere that causes these auroras has weakened. Yes, we're starting to get some 20 years young. Yeah, I'll shave off a few years. Nobody's calling me grandpa. Haven't anybody? All right. All right, can't stay on here all day, brothers and sisters, but I'm going to come on here a little bit more. What I think it's going to be quite obvious what they're about to do here. It's starting to warm up. We're getting that sun back on the side. Good. So, as they're able to create this event, they're eventually going to have to put up some kind of shields to protect you from this event. And I know Hegelian dialect is where they come in with a pre-planned solution to a problem that they generally created. Now, if they knew there was an issue with the sun coming and they could get ahead of it, they could come in and rescue you. And I think that's what these millimeter domes are going to be. And I see Mr. Glasshole, Mr. Stinky Muskrat being boring. They've been doing this since, again, with your tax dollars since the 80s. And it's been done before because there are massive chasms all over this rock where they have gotten away from these super cycles, these solar cycles. Now, just because you don't know it's happening doesn't mean it's not. Yeah. But it is. This event has been an ongoing since the 1800s. So this isn't new news. And they are sitting here waiting for this magnetosphere to get at a certain field strength where I think they're going to have to fire these Hadron Colliders up and never turn them off again. Because our collapsing and weakening atmosphere magnetosphere is just one layer of our atmosphere. They already said the upper ionosphere collapsed, brothers and sisters. You're just not paying attention, and that's okay. That's why I do these things. Father has given me an abundance of time and a blessing for 30 plus years to study. It would be wrong of me not to share this information. I ask you to discern all things. No need for concern, huh? Yeah, with their 666 logo, they know what they're doing, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, there's going to be a day that comes that they're not going to be able to hide. These auroras are now at low latitudes without hardly any energy coming from our sun. That shows that the mechanics of our magnetosphere are crushed. And this isn't just in one spot, brothers and sisters. This encompasses all of this rock. I don't care about the shape of this rock. It is irrelevant. But I'm telling you, They are very aware of this, and they have been preparing for quite some time for this event. Now, I think they're going to use it because they're sick and they're twisted. And this is what hit me this morning about these glass holes and this patent 060606. Speaking of concern, it all loops together. If they can put you in a bowl and then turn the screen on above you, they could manipulate a lot of different things. They can make things come from above. Most people think heaven's in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Most people think God's in the sky. God's not in the sky. There's nothing in the sky. Nothing other than what we shove up there, like old meteorites, ites. You hear what I'm saying? Ites, meteorites, satellites. How many satellites are there above your head? You know, the day when those things, compression event happens and that sun whacks those satellites, they start falling back to this atmosphere. One satellite is a stunner with different kinds of elements in the periodic table. They're going to light up different colors. I'm telling you, it's not going to take many of those things. People think it's going to be the end of the world. That's why they keep launching them up there. You know, imagine when the whole sky above you starts dropping these satellites because this atmosphere can't hold them anymore. NASA is the largest purchaser of helium, and, you know, a majority of the satellites are helium balloons, held up there by helium balloons in our upper atmosphere. You ever look at where they say the satellites and where spaceships go? They don't leave this place. They don't leave this atmosphere. You just watch too much television. You don't have any other idea way that this atmosphere works. But the magnetosphere is the protective layer of our atmosphere that protects us from the sun's energy, the solar energy. Chicken Little, there we go. The sky is falling. Thank you, Jeff. So they can pull these type of events. Awesome, you know, parable there. I want you to think about this for 1 second. Imagine, that's one scenario. Imagine if you went there for safety because you thought something was coming out of the sky, aliens of that nature. Imagine if you got put in there. Maybe they can use these bowls for different purposes. They're very diverse people, and they don't just do things one-sided. This is like the Chinese. This is a death by a million paper cuts. They're very patient. They play the long game. They don't play a simple game of checkers with some simple moves. They play a game of chess. It's very methodical. It's well thought out, and they're always trying to pin you and capture you, right, so they can see how a game of chess works. So imagine if you got locked in one of these cities. Now, the thing that's going to scare the out of everybody is that these walls will not be walls that will be physical walls you can actually penetrate or see. Now, they can project something on that wall. I think that has a lot to do with why there's so much spraying, and it's so multifaceted. But I want you to, what hit me this morning, and I've never seen this, kind of like the Chicken Little, was the Hunger Games. When I thought about patent 060606, where they can bet on us. Like, we are wireless now. Whether you realize this, we are all become basically wireless. They have been spraying every one of us. So you're not inept because you live on one portion of the hemisphere. There are more portions that take in more, but there's not one single place I see that they are not spraying with this aerosolic radiation management scheme, or whatever you want to call it. They have been whacking us with heavy metals for now decades, Okay? So they've been spraying us, and we are like a magnet, right? And we are like a wireless. That is this patent 060606, brothers and sisters. And I'm telling you, that's why Starlink is up there. They're going to be able to see you. They put that luciferase in some of the jabs, so some people will light up, others won't. It's going to get tricky, man. They are going to turn this into a freaking game to them. And I can see how this is going to work. Now imagine if they locked you in one of these domes. And I seen this like on a movie. I quit watching TV in the 90s, but I seen this movie where there was these people and they were on the other side of this wall and this fire truck came up. They're like, stop. Right up to the wall. And you couldn't see them, but they were on the other side of the wall. This would be a millimeter wall, brothers, sisters. This is the Tesla tech. Why they whacked that old man that he was talking about. I can build a millimeter dome, a death ray over your city that no military can penetrate. This is the wall that Trump was telling you he was going to build. Good stuff, Jeff. Keep adding that stuff, guys. Everybody's watching your stuff. That's awesome. We're just gaming this out. Just work with me here. You get trapped in one of these cities and you didn't know that it was, it was even there to begin with. And then all of a sudden you're there and they release something inside the bowl and you can't get out. Now they could do it from outside to get in the bowl. So you get in the bowl and then they could say, oh, there's something inside the bowl. Imagine if you went in this bowl and they said, oh, crap, you can't get out. You can't get out. This would become like a Hunger Games type of scenario. And I'd never watched the movie, but I kind of got the idea and watched blogs about it for years. It's been out for a long time, obviously. But I remember they were talking about something. I saw some blog where the top of this was falling down like Chicken Little. Good stuff, guys. Okay. Well, this invisible, see how it's an invisible wall? The movies, The Simpsons, guys, come on. They're not hiding this. This is still on the U.S. debt calculator right now, guys. In its secret window. Up in the corner. Shh, I got a secret, right? This is what they're saying. So now imagine, most people don't know there's all this underground stuff below them. This is what hit me so hard this morning, brothers and sisters. Imagine if they could get you scared as hell in here, but they could start bringing stuff up from below, brothers and sisters, and you didn't even know where it was coming from. You thought you were in here and nothing could get outside from here, but they started bringing stuff like these Walmart. Remember the 8 Walmarts that closed down that were going to pull, you know what I'm saying? Imagine that. They could start introducing these things from these glass holes that Musk is drilling and entered stuff into this dome. They don't need to worry about the outside. They can introduce, and I'm like, that's freaking sick. It's just what if, man. But I'm telling you, I don't doubt these people. They've got some plans for this nation. And they're going to do some things to people that I don't think that has ever been. We don't do birth dates here, so not supposed to celebrate birth, let alone any day. Memorial Day, birthday, JFK Day, any day. So is anybody getting where I'm going with this? Patent 060606. Now they can tell where everybody's at because they've got all of us, scanned, eye scanned. They know where all those people in North Carolina are laying at. But if they built a wall and they said, you can't get out of here, and you felt safe, and all of a sudden they started releasing from underneath, guys, I'm telling you what, that could get nutty. Now, we'll just call this theory at this point in time, but you know what? This was when I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning because I just could not breathe, brothers and sisters. I was choking on my own crap from breathing the tear gas. And I woke up and I was up for a couple hours and this was all just hitting me so hard. I'm like, I kept thinking about this Hadron Collider and how they're trying to get ready for this cycle and they know something's going to happen with the sun. And then I know when lights go out across this rock, they're going to have another show going on above your head. The whole time. They've got all these satellites. They can project all this holographic imagery. They've got robotic technology that is, now they're releasing technology remember, you get the iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7, about a year at a time. They drip you this technology. That's not happening anymore. It is like releasing 5 to 10 years worth of technology every year on people right now. Was it just last year or something? They had robots on strings. Now those things are doing the frickin' Kendrick Lamar dance and riding bicycles without strings, doing backflips and stuff. And Elon Musk got whole factories full of those things. You keep forgetting that they're going to use this stuff eventually. Why so many advancements so quickly? They've had this all along. They have anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, perpetual motion, free energy, Hall current technology. There we go. iRobot, guys, see, just storage units full of these things. Why does Elon Musk need so many stinking robots? And guys, these things are seriously like, remember, they could do that. They could come by your house and say, well, we knocked on the door to do a welfare check and nobody answered. So we're sending in the dog, or we're sending in the drones. Remember, they were flying drones over this house when they SWAT raided it. Drones out here over this house. Well, sure, it's a lot about making money. It truly is follow the money. I think it has everything to do with money, why they do these things. But I can tell you this. I want you to listen. I'm going to take a break here after this. I mean, we're getting good in conversation here, but David's been releasing some videos here recently about these 400-year cycles that I've been telling you about. And then 5 400-year cycles is 2,000 years. And that's what I keep telling you about, these slices of time. Aries, Pisces, right? Aquarius, Scorpio, all these slices of time. These are cycles. And when we come into that 5th cycle, this leads us to what we now know is the 12,000-year cycle. David hasn't put it together yet, but I think in his brain, he knows what it is that he is discovering, which I've been trying to explain to you guys. This 5th age, this 5th cycle, this cycle that equals this certain cycle, they come to a certain point in time in this celestial wheel where these things start changing in the jet streams. That's why I think they pumped Tonga, or Yuga energy, Agape. There we go. So somebody knows what I'm talking about. See, they know what I'm talking about. Some people can't hide these Yuga cycles, brothers and sisters. These elite know these cycles, and they ride these cycles, guys. This is what they're doing. See, David's talking about when these cycles come, these grow zones go offline, drought areas start forming in areas that were not there before. And we are already seeing this right now. Some of these things are already happening right now. Remember, they were the Renaissance Dam. They put that dam in the driest place in the world and said, well, the monsoon season's going to shift, and in 10 years, this thing will potentially fill up. It filled in 2 years. They already have 3 dams downstream producing hydroelectric, just like they're saying, the energy age. They're using these cycles, brothers and sisters. They know if they pump Tonga, 146 gigarams of moisture, it's creating these atmospheric rivers. And they're going to be able to steer these things with their microwave towers, with their radio towers, with their 5G whiz towers. They have a lot more technology than that's on those towers that you are very unaware of. They're setting up an ether, brothers and sisters. If you know what the ether is, that's what Tesla was talking about. The ionosphere, upper ionosphere, already collapsed, and they already said, hey, we can pull energy out of the ionosphere now. They're already announcing all this. This is not dripping out anymore. They are literally pulling this stuff out at breakneck speed to work because they are running out of time. Like I said, they are running out of time because this magnetosphere has been weakening since the 1800s. Eventually, that sun is going to crush the grid. It crushed all what modern technology in the 1800s, which was telegraph. And we are all hooked. I'm not on the grid. I'm off the grid. I make all my own power. That was that beep earlier. Okay. The panel, I need to go check it, but it's fine. It's full charge again. So, the sun just must have been, I was making some ice. That machine's got a pretty big condenser and whatnot. So I'm telling you, you guys, this cycle is eventually going to crush the grid, and we're all going to be without power, and they're ready for it. They cannot fight the weather. Yes, they can, Lucky Do. They can manipulate this weather by doing exactly what they're doing. The cycle itself, the sun, they can't change. Absolutely not. They can't change the yuga cycles, and the sun is the driver of the climate. There we go. Veda for Life knows what we're talking about. That's awesome. Some of you guys know what it is that's coming, and it's not, it's quite obvious. They cannot create the major system, but we see, what was that weather system? What am I doing to prepare? Oh, I've been prepared for a long time. I get away from society, have a go bag, be able to get away from chaos, get a homestead, get off the grid, make your own power, become your own power company, grow your own vegetables, grow your own garden, farm, grow chickens, geese, ducks. Duck eggs are amazing. 10 rabbits, 7 does, and 3 bucks. It will make as much meat as a whole cow. Yes, I've got lots of ways to make power, because I got ways that are not even connected. I'll just hook them up after the power grid goes. I have many backup systems. Like I have many different ways to light. Good stuff, DSW. Keep planting these, a lot of these things like potatoes and things you can just regrow after you, an onion and things. You don't use the end of it. You can grow it right back. A lot of things we've just lost our way, and it's just from convenience. Sells more than anything. Well, the number one seller is sex, or the insinuation of, but second is convenience. People love their drive-throughs, and they love being able to go to the store and not have to raise anything, and it'll always be there. But that's not true. And if you look at these cycles, as I was telling you with these yuga cycles, you'll see that on the 5th cycle of this 2,000-year cycle, if you look at the solar minima and the solar maxima, David Devine was talking about this more than 10 years ago on his channel. I think when he created this channel, that he was putting the overlay of the solar minima. When the sun energy steps down, this rock cannot grow as much food, and this is when all the governments are overthrown. That is true. We're just it's everywhere too, Ross. It's in all the dirt, every continent. There's no way to get away from it. Now, I'm going to tell you why they're spraying you with so much aluminum. And remember, why do you know so much? Well, I'm not saying I'm the end all be all, but I do have a chemtrailer tattooed on my body. So I do take chemtrailing, or chemical trailing, aerosolic radiation management very seriously, enough to mark my body and have an actual chemtrailer on my body. I take it serious. This is biblical. I don't have things on this arm that aren't biblical. This isn't just tattoos for fun. Each one of these tattoos serves massive amount of purpose. I just didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars on ink so that I could not serve a purpose. Counties are unnatural. Cool. I like that, Pistolera. The fact that we are just live in small communities, become self-reliant and small, not these big global supply chains that they are breaking down now. If you notice that they spent the last 50, 60, 80 plus years creating all these global, I'm just going to use the term, okay, supply chains, and now they're breaking them all down. That's what Trump's doing. That's what all these nations are doing, breaking all of them down and making, and that's good. That's good. We shouldn't be supplied on, it's nice having star fruit in the middle of the winter in Maine. People have gotten very accustomed to having all these big global supply chains. Do you have your make stuff in a cage? Yes, I have, Mr. Lowe. I have a steel culvert. This is the Atlas storm shelter that I had built out here that would cost between a $250,000 to $500,000 built. That I have all my. It's in a culvert. The steel culvert is spun, and it is a literal Faraday cage, and it's 28 feet under the ground. So I've taken years of my time to prepare. I have a very large preparedness plan. Yesterday I showed a substantial amount of food, which is just one box. And I have hundreds of buckets to feed people that I have. Right now, I'm actually trying to, if you want to help this ministry out, now's the time. You've been thinking about making it tied to the ministry, now's the time. I am purchasing another land property in town that is on the grid that I can hook up the freeze dryer to, because I can't do it out here. I don't have the power source. It would nearly cost me. Now, I paid obviously more for that house than the property, but I'm telling you, I would spend nearly half as much just buying battery backup and bank to get this system to work out here off the grid. So I purchased this 2-acre parcel. It's only just a trailer, but it has a constant power source so that when these underground gardens go in out here and we've got abundance, that I can freeze dry them and send them to you. I plan on having abundance. Remember, I plan on going to Ecuador and doing the same thing. I'm already trying to purchase another property down there. That's why I'm kind of in a rush, and I don't want to rush anything to get this property paid off so that I can get this property fixed and get the property down there started so I can start shipping you guys food you can't get here in the U.S. anymore or is not readily available. And I will have abundance. That property I'm looking at has 21 different kinds of fruit growing on it right now. And that farm's never had any fertilizer that wasn't brought in. It's only organically been fertilized by its own property itself. It's an amazing property. It's got a little bungalow on it and whatever. It's not some kind of fancy. It's a farm. And I'm looking forward to getting out of the U.S. And I need people to get up off their fourth point of contact and get here soon. I'm hoping Father will provide the way for this to happen. So I need people to be serious and get out here to this ministry. It's springtime, summertime. I need 3 or 4 bodies. Let's do this, and if they don't come, it's okay. I'm not going to stop. I'm still doing this mobile ministry. And eventually when I get these 3 properties up and going and I have the bodies, I'm leaving and going on the road. I'm going to go on the road. So if you want to tie to the ministry, I have now down to get my first payment to him in time so I don't lose this earnest money that I put in, and I'm going to lose it all if I don't pay it off. I need $5,995 right now. And I've already given, because I sold some stuff yesterday, and I've already given it substantial, and I still have to pay double already, again, what I paid, but I have till the 15th to get this paid off. So once again, I'm not trying to grift you. There's, I don't know how many. Brother Jim takes a salary. I don't take a salary. I spend more time on here than Brother Jim, but I don't have 40 years. I'm not trying to compare to Brother Jim, but once again, a lot of people tithe yesterday to fake churches, and I ain't giving you no fake church here. I want to tithe with this house by putting the freeze dryer so that I can run a consistent 2 or 3 potential freeze dryers in that house. I'm probably going to have to update the wiring it to run even a second one, but I should be able to run at least 1 freeze dryer in there. That way no waste gets wasted. So for food wise, chicken eggs, I want to bring in more birds. No, it's not cloud seeding. Cloud seeding. Would you do me a favor? Skunky. Is that like OSB, like Oregon skunk bud, or what? Like 420? Oh, that's Hitler's birthday, but whatever. Never mind. So I won't do that. I rag people for that logo you got at the end. But go look at my America Never After video. It's about 11-year-old channel. I think it's called America Ever After. I cover this in pretty good detail. Cloud seeding is not chemtrails. Cloud seeding is obviously a technology that's been around for some time, quite some time. They do it often, but that's not the same thing. There's aerosolic radiation management, and I didn't answer Brother Ross, but that's why they spray you with so much aluminum. Aluminum is like, it's not silver, and they use silver because silver is what they do to cloud seed, nano silver. Although the particle excites like silver, silver's much more obviously reflective as well. But aluminum, if you scrub aluminum, you can literally turn it to a mirror finish. So what it's doing, it is refracting the solar radiation coming from our sun. They're really trying to help us in some ways. I know that doesn't sound like it. There's no way the government's here to help us. Well, they're kind of helping themselves too, because we're getting bombarded by solar energy. And I told you, we can see it in our magnetosphere now. We're seeing low latitude auroras, equatorial, with very little to no energy coming from the solar wind or sun. We're bad, and they know it. And they know it. And I'm telling you, they are so ready for this. They're just waiting for the sun to do its thing. They don't need to wait. In my eyes, they are ready. Are you ready? They are ready for this. They're just waiting for the sun to do what it does. So once again, I should probably get off here and get something done and answer, because somebody hit me up about this land. What is this? Hold on. No. I don't know what that is. So somebody answered me a question. I don't know whether they answered their own question or what. But so, again, I don't want to grift you. But if you could leave a tithe, I'd appreciate it. Every penny helps. I'm trying to get that Valkyrie motorcycle sold. Trying to get the flatbed. The guy didn't show up yesterday to fix the truck, so I need to go out there and try to fix it myself. I knew this was going to happen. He called me the day, oh, my wife dealing an anniversary, but I'll be there tomorrow. And I'm like, I already know the outcome. It's so hard to get anybody to work on anything out here. All the mechanics get picked up by the farmers. But I can do it myself. I have assets, so don't worry if you don't feel like you're obligated in any way, shape, or form. But it's mind-boggling at all the money that's wasted on these fake ministries. And here I am trying to produce a source so people can come here and stay in that building as well. I want to offer it like I'm offering cabin rentals to people who are trying to transition and stuff like that. But God will provide. I know he will. And like I said, because I have the assets, I just need to sell them. And actually at this time, I have some precious metals that I traded for, like the traded the Jeep. I took a big loss on it, but it's in precious metals. So I should be able to liquidate those precious metals if I need to in a pinch. So what I'm really trying to do is guard those right now so that I can actually take those to purchase the 2 hectare property in Ecuador. That one already has power, water, the 20 different kinds of fruits, and they put in a massive vegetable garden in there, 2 of them. Well, sure, I've got batteries and stuff like that. You got to be careful of lithium, because it can, but that's what this system's running off a lithium battery right now. So that's my solar system is running off a single lithium battery. That's it. So all my other batteries, I just beat them up, used them too hard. Like you heard it earlier, you're supposed to have way more batteries. So I don't have a very good system. So that's why in this case, I think it made more sense for the duality to enter in this contract. It puts me under the gun, so to speak, to have come up with it. I just came up with the final to $47,000 to pay off this ministry. And here I am right away going and trying to bite off, again, another, and nobody donated. And I got the 47,000 paid off. So don't think I can't get this done. I just will have to sell the assets that I have. Yeah, I agree with that. California is so tyrannical. I remember growing up doing the smog test, and my dad would go get a smog test on a car. You had to pay for it. And if you paid enough, and they would just stick that little emissions thing in that nice purring Cadillac right next to you in the bay, or, the next bay, and pass your test, away you'd go. They were criminal back then, way back then. And that was like in the 80s, just so you know, when there were smog in cars back in the 80s in California, people were doing things like that. So, the good old days. Somebody remember this? Okay, you're paying up, and all right, there's your certificate, and drive on down the road you go, right? California, good old California, old Pup and Taco, and back when the Santa Monica Pier was long and was still on the end of the pier and washed out. I'm old California. I don't mean to go there, but I shaved the beard, so people, it's going to fool them now, right? So what happened to that? I ain't got one grandpa quote yet. That's good. I didn't want to hear grandpa. So, you know what I'm saying? So 50s, right? I won't pull my shirt up, but I still have a 6-pack and still take care of as best as I can of my body and eat right. Try not to eat sugar and don't drink soda and don't smoke cigarettes, and try not to stress out. Stress is really bad for you. Try to keep your stress level at the minimum. So I need to smog my 79 Porsche Turbo. Oh, yeah, that turbo's not going to help. Oh, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, all right, guys, I better not stay on here and get something done. I can't, expect you guys to, not about you. Cool. All right. Yeah, I better get something done here. I've got to continue to add because I've got thousands of dollars to come up with, and I don't want you guys to give any. Somebody gave a $50 Cash App yesterday, or I mean a PayPal. A PayPal or Cash App was it? It was a super chat, and I appreciated that. So it's really hard to make ends meet when you have a net and a gross, and then you get taxed on your federal wages and your state wages, and then you put gas in your car, you get taxed. You use the phone, you get taxed on that. You go home, you got a trash bill. Everything's taxed. So I don't want to take from anybody. So maybe we can do that again. Maybe somebody will just have a big donation. Somebody's got to have a car in their driveway. They're not driving. You know what I'm saying? And they're not using it or something, an extra travel trailer or something. I don't want to take from anybody. So I got it done last time. If I don't spend all my time on here, I'll be able to do it. Like I said, I think I got 30 some things for sale on the internet right now. I put up that Sega Game Gear yesterday, and some people told me that that's got some value. It's an older system, but it's kind of one of these. I think these people like these older game systems. They're kind of collectible. So I didn't realize. I looked up some of the games, and some of the Sonic games were like $50 or something a game. But I guess those new games are more than that to buy a new game. So maybe I shouldn't just throw it out there at some price. Do a little more research on that Sega Game Gear. It's got the viewer and the extended battery, and I don't know, it's like a dozen games or something. Some of the better Mortal Kombat and some of these other ones that were a little more. I mean, they made you a bunch of them for it. So I better get to work. Like I said, this contract I'm entering, it's not going to pay itself, and if I don't get it, I'll lose all the money that I put in it, and I don't want that to go to waste. So I'd really like to have that ability to put a freeze dryer on one of these properties. I came out here with several freeze dryers, but never have been able to use one since. So I've got a lot of freeze dried food, but I cannot believe the price of freeze dryers have come down quite a bit too. So cool. I do appreciate you guys that. And again, I know it's really expensive right now, so don't let me take anything from you, please. If there's people in your area that you can help immediately, help them. I mean, again, I'm only trying to purchase another piece of land, so it's not like there's 20 acres here that's paid off, and if I lose the money in that, then I lose the money. It just is what it is. But I think I can cover it. I'm probably going to have to sell the Forerunner. I've been getting some hits on that Forerunner, and I won't have any means of transportation like a four-wheel drive, but I'll figure it out. I think I'm going to end up having to sell that, but that's okay. It is my daily driver, and it is on the internet. If you want to see, it is for sale under the marketplace. I have the 5 acres for land for sale. I have compressors. I got a lot of different things for sale. If you're interested in the area, purchasing some land, or I have a really nice Honda Valkyrie, really nice bike that it's that time of year, so maybe that'll sell too. So $5,900 seems like a lot right now for me because I just don't, like I said, I don't have a regular source, but well, this is a 5 acre parcel, and I have it up on a land sale contract. It's up at $33,000 right now for the 5 acre parcel. It's right on the highway. There's 2 power poles, so you can hook right up to power. The water is sitting at about 75 feet, so it has good water over on this side of the valley. It's not hooked up. I have not drilled a well or septic on it, but it's got a beautiful, like a berm on the west end of the property tucked back, so you can put a beautiful homestead, either a single, maybe you might not see a dual. You probably have to put you might see a 2-story home over the top of that grade on that property, but it's a really unique property. It's 2.5 miles from the North Lake School District, so I'm sure somebody's going to have to scoop that up pretty soon because there isn't another property available in this valley that close to the school. Some people drive their kids 20, 30, 40 miles to that school. And so this one being 2.5 miles from the school is truly the closest property available in this county right now to North Lake School. So I'm hoping somebody will get it that has some kids that attend school, and they'll be super convenient for them. They'll be able to enjoy the luxuries of all the amenities out here. Maybe they work in the Lapine area, which is kind of closer to that area. So it's a neat property. I've gotten a lot of hits on it, but no takers as of yet. I'm offering to trade it for 10 pieces, 10 gold ounces, or 10 gold ounces of gold. 999 fine. And I do offer a land sale contract where I'll take half down and I will take the rest in payments, no interest. I don't want interest from you. There's no reason to charge you interest. I'll be in charge of the taxes until it's put in your name. It's in my name. So no, I'm not married, but I got married once. I had one kid. So sometimes some people only need one black eye. So no, hey, why do you have two black eyes? You didn't listen the first time. So good stuff. I like a little humor too. So yeah, I am single. I've been single for many years. So, but it's okay to be single. Nothing wrong with being single. Single's a good life. I don't need somebody to make me complete. I'm happy alone. I'm happy if I have the right person in my life. So it just adds to who I am, right? It doesn't can find you a man. Are you a matchmaker? Actually, I just signed up, and it was something that I don't do that very often. I'll put myself out there, but I saw this thing was pretty neat. It said homesteading singles, and I joined the group. I didn't post a post on there, but it was all about homesteading. And there's a lot of people that are doing something similar to me that are looking for a partner. It's hard to believe how many people are single out there, but it's not easy to meet people this day and age, especially when your life involves, a constant, say some, well, appreciate your honesty, Frank. We're going to come in here and troll us a little bit. I feed the trolls, so sometimes I might, snap back or fire back at you. But anyways, this it was a homesteading singles, and there was a lot of, I'm just really surprised. There was a lot of females. I don't mean to go there, but some very attractive females, and maybe they're waiting for that. And there's some guys in there. I'm not attracted to guys or anything, but some of these guys got their stuff together, and work a hard life, a good life, and have, a lot to offer. And I know that I'm not the only one that I guess that's kind of in that stream where I have, a lot to offer anybody, but nobody to share my dream with. So it's good to see there's others out there reaching out. I didn't make a post to try to, reach out to anybody, but like I said, there was some people do a very like-minded homesteaders, into gardening and organic lifestyle. And I was really surprised. About half of them were spiritual. Now, I don't know how much they're, versed in the scriptures, but it's good to see him putting them. No. This is just something showed up in my feed. And I just joined the group to kind of read through the things. And I was just amazed at how many, like I said, men and women are homesteading right now. I was looking to build a community out here on this 20-acre property, but they're looking for 3 or 4 or 5, or maybe just a mate, somebody to homestead with them. I homesteaded by myself for 5, now 6 years, and it's a lot of work, and that's why I've scaled back a lot. But 2 people can do it and have an amazing life, an abundance. Imagine just eating nothing but organic, food that you grew. No box bag or canned food ever again, sitting out under the stars and barbecuing at night. And, like I'm at the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. And I'd imagine sitting out here with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people and taking turns on who's going to cook the dinner that night. Well, I'm making tacos tonight, and we're doing carne asada on the outdoor grill. And well, we made that pizza oven, so we're going to do a fire pizza oven, and I don't know pork, so I wanted half and half, whatever, and then just accommodating each other after a long day's work. maybe 3 or 4 hours after you get done. After a while, you're not going to put in 8 hours a day. You're not. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to put in that kind of work. When you have a third person, that takes a big load off. You get a fourth person, you're really just dividing up the duties. All right, well, you got to check the chicken nest, make sure they're not pooping in the beds, and make sure we like our eggs nice and clean, and go clean the solar panels off, and go turn over the composting pile. And when you're done that, well, you're done for the day. You can go fishing or do whatever you want and have the rest of your day to yourself. A lot of people, think they forget that we all we do is think we need our own little castles, but families used to stay together and communion together. They didn't kick their like a bird, like get out of here. As soon as it could fly, they stayed together. And so it sucks that we don't do that anymore. Actually, during the COVID, I was really awesome. I was like, hey, these parents have to be with their kids. They'd never do this. The silver lining of the whole thing. I always try to find the silver lining in everything. But community, I got to get out of the suburbs, guys. Get to the country. And I know it's hard for some people, can't do it. And I know. Make a plan to bug in. But I'm telling you, the lifestyle is living in the country. I'd go out and scream for help right now, and nobody's going to come save me. Maybe Kevin over there, my neighbor. Kevin, I got a neighbor, but Kevin bought the property next to me. I sold him that property. That's how I was able to obtain, $47,000 in a very short period of time. Now I've been paying on it for 10 years or whatever, but it did take a substantial amount of money to get it paid off. So I'm glad I bought that property. I do the same thing. I had to hustle to get that property too and get a lot of things sold real quickly. So I'm an asset guy. I base my living off of these hands, and I make my living by building. And as a matter of fact, I probably should get off here and get some of these cabins done, because that's part of this ministry that I'm offering for people. Anybody who ties, or even if you just come out here, I don't want to take anything from you. If you come out to the West Coast over here, the Pacific Northwest, and you want to stay in the cabins, I have cabin rentals available now. Kevin's not in the Rusty Dragon. So you are more than welcome to come out here and spend 1, 2, 3, 4. When I can get them rented, they're going to be 100 to 150 a night, depending on which cabin, but I'd be more than willing to not charge anything. So somebody's trying to work. So, but anyways, I know that there are, again, others out there that are struggling like me, and it's good to see that. And I didn't like to see so many people without, because they're so deep into their builds, into the homestead builds. It's kind of a bummer. There's a lot of beautiful women, not just vanity, they have some beautiful goals and very motivated, seem like they're going to make it with or without a man. Same thing with some of these guys. Man, they're longing for a partner, but they're still doing it just like me. I don't need somebody in my life to make me complete. Nope. It just adds to what I am. Like, hey, honey, will you hold that board over there for me so the wind don't blow it down? Okay, honey, I got you. Awesome. If not, I'm out here by myself. oh, man, darn it. And I'll put the board up 5 times before sometimes the wind will block it down. Just sometimes you just need just one finger. Somebody could be such a big hand. So that's what I'm saying. That third person sometimes can make a big, big difference. You know what I'm saying? Tremendous difference. So, Father, if it is, because I don't want to be single, but right now it's probably the best thing for my life. So I don't include anybody in some of the rough patches that happened to me, because I'm a hardcore dude. I am all man. I'm telling you what, I am not some lay down. I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody, but if there was ever an American man, I am that man. I fit the bill. That's what I do. I'm a veteran, prior law enforcement pig. I've done quite a few things that give me the ability to have some skill set. I can skin a buck. I can run a trout line. I can set a fall trap. I don't struggle. You can put me anywhere on this rock. I know north, south, east, and west. I'm always up for a challenge. So that's what life does to me. It constantly challenged me. So I don't think I could have somebody around me that's not used to a lot of change and a lot of challenge. Don't make plans, because a lot of the times they won't turn out like you think. You better have a B, a C, and a D plan. So I'm a prepper, what you call lifestyle mindset, not a prepper, but I have a preparedness mindset. Hey, look, a chipmunk's got the brain the size of a pea, and it doesn't need to be told, put up nuts for the winter, does it? Who's nuts now? Because you ain't got no extra food stores. If anything, and I ain't put myself on some thing out there, but again, I don't know what these women are looking for in this day and age, but I try to find me a man that can take care of the team together as a mindset, is going to be able to feed you good food, good conversation, and doesn't lack in the physical, stamina, if you will. I'm in it for the long run, to the break of dawn, all night long, or whatever you talk of that. It is what it is. So, but if I stayed single the rest of my life, so be it. I'm fine. I don't need to have somebody in my life to complete me once again. The homestead, though, I would really love to have people out here eventually. So, again, I see on that website, it was pretty neat to see others out there. Seems like Father is preparing their perfect mate for them. So, but there's, like I said, nothing wrong with being single, nothing wrong with being in a relationship. We all are just, different time and place in our lives, I guess. So, I think, Father, if you truly have your mindset on not being single, I think, remember, there's all of us here and we all have procreated to get here. That's kind of a natural thing, but having somebody in your life it's not wrong to want to have a partner, and it's not wrong to not want a partner. I don't think we just don't all deal with, life sometimes makes you say, I need to take a break, man. Man, I've been lonely for a lot of years. Maybe I should put myself out there a little bit and stop trying to, just run everybody off. That's what the beard did, guys. I don't realize, but the beard kept people away. Beard works really good for me. It's like a suit. It's like, leave me alone. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. I'm old. They don't realize I'm not that old. 51 or whatever. I don't know how old. I don't do birth dates, but that's not old for a tree, right? So try to take care of my body, though, because I didn't always take very good care of my body, and I beat it up pretty hard when I was young, being a veteran and serving in the military and being law enforcement and driving a lot and doing a lot of things, just being very physically active. And I will grow a beard then. Yeah. So, yeah, if you see me with a beard, be like, oh my God, who is that? So, well, I told you I don't look the same without the beard. So I grow the beard. It keeps, people call me grandpa when I grow the beard. I love it. So nobody's called me grandpa. I don't want to hear it, because it frustrates me, because I don't think my son ever wants a kid, and I don't know if I'll ever see my son again. And so I don't think I'll ever get the chance to experience a grandchild. So, yeah, prior pig, prior thug, prior veteran, 95 Bravo in the Army, military police as well. So, better get something to eat, man. I don't eat nothing. Eat some pretzels. I'm trying to quit eating all this crap. I don't want anything out of my bag. These are these little tiny pretzels. Every one of them is thin. 77 bucks, try. All right. Look at them. They're all tiny. Not the big fat ones. Thin to win on these ones, boys, huh? So, all right. Let me get out of here, guys. I've got to answer these questions that I have. Somebody had made a response to the land that I have for sale. And I'm really looking forward to adding this freeze dryer to the ministry, because tithing wasn't about money back in the day. It was food. They had wandered the wilderness for 40 years, and they didn't all exit out of Israel at one time. So during that time, they would leave, like they had these feast of unleavened bread, because they were not able to stop. They were on foot, and they would eat that bread without the leaven allowing it to rise. So that is where your feast of people don't have any idea, but they would leave food tithes behind for the ones who would come up behind them. They were in the desert. So in the same sense, that's what I'm trying to do with the money that I have in assets and turn it into something that I can give back food. I want to grow food and ship this ministry food. I'm going to have to take a list, and I can't just probably give it to everybody. I'm actually going to try to give it to some of the less fortunate. He told us to do that. Be charitable. Be with the downtrodden and the sick and the widowed and the people that are less fortunate, and so that is hopefully where Father will land. Like I said, it's 15,000 that I need right now to remaining, but I have to by the 15th of this. That's 26. Boy, it's getting fast coming up. I need $6,000 because I've already got some of it already paid down. I sold a propane tank yesterday, large. I didn't want to sell it, and the guy's like, I can't believe how cheap you sold it. Well, I live out here in the middle of nowhere, and that's what I paid for it. So I gave it up. I figured, sometimes it takes, you got to give some to get some back. So it'll happen, but it's not going to happen in here. And I don't want to sit there and like I said, if you guys can do it, the links are in the description to PayPal and Cash App. Don't feel like you are obligated in any way. Anybody who donates to the ministry doesn't give them favor. I don't have a list. This person tithe, that person tithe. They'll probably never mention it unless you just want a mention. So I said last time, no small donations because I don't want to take from anybody. And I was able to do it all myself. I said, somebody's got to have an abundance, man. These people tithe the fake churches every week. Thousands, millions of dollars go to churches that will not teach you what I can teach you here in one lesson. I could probably teach you more in one true lesson than you could learn in a church in 10 years, possibly your whole life in church. It doesn't make me better because I've been given this gift, but that's why he obviously has me doing what it is that I do. I've given up my life. I don't want to do anything but pastor the gospel. I have no need in this life for anything. Nothing. This is just extra. I don't know why Father has me doing it, but I'm on it. I don't need the land. I'm not buying it for me. I'm actually giving away every piece of land that I have. I'm going to try to sell this land, and I don't need the extra land. Actually, I try to get somebody in this other parcel of another 20-acre parcel up the road, this 20-acre parcel that I still have a land payment on because I paid off that other 5 acres as well. And that's why it's up for sale, so I can fund this other land. So again, something will hopefully pop here soon. I got an interest. I don't know if they're interested or not, but as far as a cash buyer, but maybe I won't need to lean on anybody in the ministry. And but I am opening the door this time that if you have any tithe, somebody tithed $4 yesterday and came back with another $1, and I was like, awesome. And I'm like, well, that's good because I don't want to take what you don't have. And they said, they made it clear. They had the money. Didn't have a lot, but they definitely had an extra $5. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to, if you only got $5, if you only got $5, why are you sending me the money? Don't send me $5. Use that. Go take that and use that for yourself or somebody else in your area. But they felt like that's what they wanted to do. So I'm not going to not accept it. That took that from $6,000 to $5,995. That sounds way more accomplished. I can accomplish that. $5, that makes that much of a difference. I don't know. You tell me. Does $6,000 or $5,995 sound cheaper to you? To me, $5,995 in my eyes. I know I asked you, but that sounds way more obtainable. So thanks to the person again that gave 2 Cash App ties yesterday, one for $4 and one for $1. It made it seem that much more accomplished today. I was like, yes, I'm under 6,000 now. So, all right, guys, I have 17 days, so I can get it done. I can't do it in here though, unless somebody has an abundance, and I don't want it. I don't want to do it here. I don't mind selling what I have. It's okay. I'm selling things that are for the ministry, but it's okay. We'll replace them later. We'll figure it out. We'll get abundance. Maybe we'll raise rabbits again. Maybe we'll do some things out here, and we'll create and generate some more income in other ways. We'll replace the things that have been moved off of the property, such as that 500-gallon propane tank, which would have been a phenomenal thing to have full of gas. But it is what it is. Life's not Burger King. You can't always have it your way. Sometimes you got to go, kind of go with the flow, meaning if I have to do this in 4 slices of pizza, 8 slices of pizza, or 16 slices of pizza, that's why I figured I better get some of these other things up for sale, such as that Buck's wood stove, sampler stove, the Sega Game Gear, some other things that I'm sure if I put on the internet, we'll get some interest on it. So got to do some research on what some of these things have in value. But okay, that's it for this live stream. We'll end it there. Give a thumbs up. That doesn't cost you anything to do that. I'm sure we can get some more thumbs up before we go. And a comment doesn't cost you anything, just some more of your time. So I appreciate everybody again for their contribution and their tithe of time. You cannot print time, and you can't get back the time you gave me. So thank you for it. Hope I'm not a time robber. I do take people's time quite often, but I try to thank them for what I do. So thank you for all the comments. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the support of this ministry. And we'll see you again on the next High Desert Faith and Truth live stream here. Remember, he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. This is a broadcast. Broadcast means to sow seeds. Sowing seeds in here. So water those seeds, brothers and sisters. Water them with the word. Remember, he said in the age of air, that water, that vessel in air is pouring out on Fomahawk, the fish. It's that living water, brothers and sisters. The age of deception is over. Follow the water to the vessel. It's that living water. It's in these books, brothers and sisters. It's in the books. Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and I will come sup with you. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls in the mud, brothers and sisters. Show people to the narrow way. If you find somebody's in the broad way, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. Show them to the light. Show them to the narrow way. Show them the answer in this book. Judge with righteous judgment. Do not condemn them, and let God do the sorting out. He's the divider. He said, do not think that I came to bring peace. Peace is a false teaching. That is the word shalom. He said, I bring a sword. I come with a sword of division that will divide. That's why he's the horizo. He's the divider. He's the separator. He condemns. We judge with righteous judgment. Judge everybody the same. Love them. Show them to the word. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, and your biggest enemy is going to be yourself. Love thyself. Don't let yourself fall off the train, okay, or off the right. It's going to get bumpy. Let him steer the ship. You be the vessel. He's the lead singer. You're just singing in the background, right? Whoop. That's me. I'm just a background singer, brothers and sisters. Even though this ministry, I had here with, the opening of the thing, these comments are so valuable. We don't realize there are people come in and are watching your comments. I've had people, this ministry has been up for years, that say, I've never made a comment, but today I'm making my comment. So they're watching you. So, you're part of this. I'm just one ugly dude out here in the desert, right? But this 20 plus almost 1,000 now is, I don't make up the rest. You guys are what makes this ministry. And I want to thank you for that. This has been a very difficult time for me in my walk on this rock. So without this, I just don't know how I would do it. You know what I'm saying? Which dirty hole did you find? Interesting. So Eminem is a homosexual. Why are you talking about that pole smoker in here? Please don't talk about rich and famous people. They all go to hell, especially a guy that flipped the script like a Gemini. Oh, I don't do that. And then he ends up being a goo gobbler himself, a man chowder guy. Yep. So what the hell does Eminem have to do with the price of eggs in China right now? Nothing. Not like priests eat meat on Sunday. What kind of meat do they eat? None. Get it? None. We'll end with a little humor. All right. Brothers, sisters, thank you for your time of the time. I do appreciate it. We'll possibly-ish maybe be here for the end of the day, maybe-ish. Leave yourself a little wiggle room if you can. Wiggle room, hey, like, oh, I'm not in that big of a hurry. I'll see you mañana. Hasta la bye-bye. Okay? No, seriously, give yourself a little wiggle room. Don't let people put you on the clock like that. I mean, you got to get things done, but I spend way too much time in here, and I never let it bother me. It's okay. I don't care what I get done. I don't care what gets done in this world. I'm more concerned my treasure will awaits me after I leave this flesh. My treasure is in a higher place and not in the sky. So much blessings. Again, hit that thumbs up button. I don't know if the notification button's working or not. It was working for a little bit. We do have people that get unsubscribed from this channel on a regular basis, so you might want to, come back and make sure that it that you come back and are subscribed. We have people that say, I've been on, even the moderators. You don't want to be a pickle? Well, you can stay a cucumber your whole life. Don't worry about it. Cucumber takes a long time in the brine to make a pickle. Yep, you can take a dip of cucumber in brine and pull it out 5 or 6 hours every single day. It never is going to turn into a pickle. You got to go through the suffering. That's what a baptism is, brothers, sisters. If you like to talk to tomatoes. We're doing a little Veggie Tales here. Hey, I had a son. He was young. That was pretty silly, that show. But seriously, remember the cucumber? You take a cucumber and you stick that in the brine, brothers, sisters. You keep pulling it out. You don't leave it down there. It will not turn into a pickle. You want to be baptized, you need to go through the brine. You need to go through the fiery trials. That's what a baptism is. You must endure to the end to be saved. They brought it up, not me. So we're going to close this out with a little lesson. Maybe this is valuable for you. Okay, and you can glean some of this and take something. And but a true baptism is to be baptized is bapto or baptizo. That's to be covered with the red pitch, stain, blood, or dye, not water. A water baptism would be if I drowned you. That's the only way you have to be completely overcome. Inside and out. See? So a true baptism or to make a pickle, if you make pickles, you don't just leave it in there overnight. You've got to keep it in there and keep it in the brine and push it down in the fire and the trials and that starts penetrating this outer skin from the inside out. We become baptized over time. Everybody's time, but it does happen eventually where that outer skin, that inner skin becomes soft and that vinegar, that brine overtakes. And then when we pull you out of the brine, guess what, cucumber? There's no going back, cucumber. You're a pickle now. No going back to be a cucumber. See, he overcomes us, brothers, sisters. That's what the word does to us. And it's a process. It takes time. Like salvation, we must endure to the end. That means to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point. Anybody who hurts you, he will heal you. He will right all the wrongs. That's what the word salvation means. And it is a process. Salvation, you have to be rebuked and walk in repentance before you can be forgiven. Same thing. So I stick you down as a cucumber. I hold you down there for weeks or months or years. Everybody's different. And then not for a pickle, but it's going to not just take it out every day. Don't become a pickle overnight. You can go get water. I'm going to go get water baptized every day because it feels so good. That's not a baptism. That's not a baptism. A true baptism, you have to go through that suffering, that trial, that tribulation. He said long suffering. And then once again, when that cucumber comes out of pickle, guess what? No going back to being a cucumber. You've been overcome. Welcome to the pickle crowd. Somebody said they didn't want to be a pickle. Well, too bad you're a pickle now. No being a cucumber anymore. That's a baptism. How about that for a teaching, a lesson? So, there you go. Take that and put that in your apple pipe and puff on that. Well, Mutt, you sound like me with your potty mouth. You might want to pluck the U-bow. Flipping the bird, they would cut their finger off so they couldn't pluck the U-bow. Pluck you. They hit his thing. He said he likes pickles. He didn't say he likes pickles. He said he plucking likes pickles. So. All right. Love you guys. That's the broadcast. We've sown enough seeds. Go water them. Let it grow like the mustard seed is the smallest in the garden. It grows to be the largest, brothers, sisters. Hallelujah. Those with less will have more, and those with more will have less. Where do you put your treasure? On this earthly things or in a higher realm, in a heavenly place? Can't have both. Can't have your cake and eat it too. I can get something in my belly, brothers and sisters. Appreciate your time. Links are in the description if you want to support the ministry. Monetary. We'll see you again on the next broadcast. We are in the last book of Scripture. The celestial firmament told me that. Not you, not no man, not no clock on the wall, not no calendar. The celestial firmament has declared that we are in the age of revelation. That started over 4 years ago. You think this started yesterday? Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the apocalypse. Whoa.